Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'm going to call the meeting to order. And like all our meetings, we start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So we have a little bit of business to take care of out of our closed sessions. We have some student cases we need to report out on. So I'm going to need my board members to cooperate with me. I'm going to bring together student case number 001019. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
So that was moved by Director Hanel, seconded by Director Pugh. Roll call vote, please.
Director Hanel?
Aye.
Director Pugh?
Aye.
Director Gonzalez?
Aye.
Director Christoph?
Aye.
President Jay?
Aye. We'll move on to student case number 002020.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Pugh, seconded by Director Christoph. Roll call vote, please.
Director Pugh?
Aye.
Director Christoph?
Aye.
Director Hanel?
Aye.
Director Gonzalez?
Aye.
President Jay?
Aye. Student case number 003021.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Gonzalez, seconded by Director Christoph. Roll call vote, please.
Director Gonzalez?
Aye.
Director Christoph?
Aye.
Director Hanel?
Aye.
Director Pugh?
Aye.
President Jay?
Aye. Student case 004022.
So moved.
Moved.
That was Director Gonzalez and Director Hanel. Roll call vote, please.
Director Gonzalez?
Aye.
Director Hanel?
Aye.
Director Christoph?
Aye.
Director Pugh?
Aye.
President Jay?
Aye. And finally, student case 005023.
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Gonzalez and Director Hanel. Roll call vote, please.
Director Gonzalez?
Aye.
Director Hanel?
Aye.
Director Christoph?
Aye.
Director Pugh?
Aye.
President Jay?
Aye. Thank you. Are there any statements of abstention today? No? Any adjustments to the agenda? Board member request for information. Director Gonzalez.
Yes, as we come to the end of the first semester, I already asked this of Director Kitamura. I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. I'm interested in knowing the status of our middle school students and ninth grade students in terms of failing. How many students have gotten Fs, and how many students have gotten, say, more than 2 Fs, something along those lines. I'm mostly interested, again, in middle school, 7th and 8th, and then 9th grade.
Approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
That was Director Christoph, followed by, seconded by Director Hanel. Roll call vote, please.
Director Christoph?
Aye.
Director Hanel?
Aye.
Director Gonzalez?
Aye.
Director Pugh? President Jay?
Aye.
Student Board Member?
Aye. Now we move on to Student of the Month awards. Director Christoph.
Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me? Yes. It's on. Okay. I want to stop and reflect for just a second on this awards that we do frequently here at the board. I think it's a wonderful thing, and it's something that we have done for many years. And you know, it's not on. Okay. And for me, it's I know how we as educators recognize students throughout the year and in wide capacity. But you know, it's really I think important when we think about the students that come before us to to reflect on how they got here. And I think that we, you know, that old adage, it takes a village to educate a child, is very true. And I want to thank the teachers, the classified staff that do so much, the community at large, individuals and groups that help our students, other staff. It is a process that sometimes we don't recognize all the components of it and all the pieces and the complexity, but it really does take a village to bring these students before you, as we're going to see tonight. And my first student is Linnea Rydell, please, if you would step down. See, every day I learn something. It is Linnea Rydell. The staff of Proctor Terrace School has proudly chosen Linnea Rydell to be honored as our Student of the Month. Linnea is a remarkable young lady and deserving of this honor. We are all very proud of her accomplishments, both personally and academically. Linnea is a 6th grade student in Miss Lyons' class. Linnea has been described by her teachers as quiet, yet powerful, a powerful model for others. She has a tremendous work ethic and is an authentic person. She is focused on the work at hand, but always has fun. Her work consistently is a reflection of her personal best. She is engaged and interested in her own learning. She holds herself to a high standard, and it is evident in all she does. However, at the same time, she is a humble and kind person. She is friendly, positive, a great friend, and leads by example. On a daily basis, she demonstrates tolerance, integrity, and responsibility. Linnea is just someone you would want to be around and spend time with. Something some people may not know about her is that she is bilingual. Linnea speaks Swedish and participates every year in Proctor Terrace's annual St. Lucia celebration. In a few months, Linnea's time at Proctor will come to a close, and she will be greatly missed. The middle school where she will be attending is extremely fortunate and will be impressed with this student for the reasons already mentioned. One teacher who also a parent and a mother of one of her best friends described her best, quote, "The more Linnea, the better," unquote. Okay, congratulations. Our second student of the month from Steel Lane Elementary School is Carla Estrada. If Carla will step down, please. As people, we are faced with many choices, and every day Carla Estrada chooses to make an investment in her education. Carla epitomizes the kind of engaged scholar that all teachers would love to fill up their classrooms with. She is a steady and committed student, day in and day out. Her positive attitude has helped her build her knowledge and investigate new ideas. Carla is totally engaged in class lessons and eagerly shares her thoughts in discussions. Carla's curiosity and motivation result in a consistently amazed student. She is willing to face whatever obstacle it takes and any risk that is presented to her. And she's always ready to check her understanding to gain clarity. Carla frequently has shown she will go above and beyond in her efforts to progress. She sets goals for herself and then works hard to meet her goals. In addition to her energetic learning approach, Carla is a true kind spirit with effervescent enthusiasm. That's a mouthful. She is genuine and upbeat with everyone. Carla is an active member of her community and is running for student council. And good luck to you. Outside of school, Carla is practicing to become a black belt in karate. Wow. I feel so lucky to have such a student in the classroom. I know that her future will be as bright as she is. Congratulations, Carla. This award is well deserved. Our last and final nominee here is from the Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts, Rosemary Sherry. If you would step down, please. Reserved, focused, contemplative, grounded, driven. These are not the words associated with the average seventh grader, but they actually describe the following student. Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts is proud to select Rosemary Sherry as our Student of the Month. Don't let her unassuming demeanor fool you. Beneath her introspective exterior, Rosemary is fiercely driven to learn, question, and when she feels the time is right, offer well-articulated thoughts and opinions. As you may know, seventh grade drama often grows like bacteria in a Petri dish. Rosemary is not one to engage in drama. She has proven to be above it. Miss Sherry is a self-starter who works well independently and has a part of a team. She listens to different perspectives and is ready to support her peer group at appropriate times. Besides being an outstanding human being, Rosemary is a powerhouse with her schooling. She takes great pride with each of her class projects and homework assignments, and it shows. On several occasions, she has earned extra credit for completing an assignment above and beyond the assignment's expectations. Last year at the Charter School Science Fair, Rosemary put together an amazing project. She measured the weathering of different types of rock to see if some weathered faster than others, using a rock tumbler. She chose this project because it related to what we were studying in class. That's just the type of student she is. Rosemary is still in the process of overcoming some physical challenges. She had a major back surgery that the average person would find daunting, to say the least. While out for a month of healing, Rosemary was able to keep up with her studies and never fell behind. Miss Sherry continually faces challenges with quiet determination, another example of her persistence in conquering all obstacles with which she has been presented. Her courage is nothing short of inspirational and is respected by all at the charter school. That is why she is being honored here this evening. Rosemary may not think she deserves an award for being who she is, but she does. Although quiet, she models what hard work, perseverance, and discipline will earn you. I foresee Miss Sherry to be a lifelong learner who will continue to do her personal best in everything she attempts. Like the great Dr. Seuss says, "Oh, the places you'll go." Congratulations, Rosemary.
Tonight, we're going to recognize two people who have made wonderful contributions to Santa Rosa City Schools District and our students. First, like to recognize Jose Soto. Is he here? So this is a resolution in recognition of you, Jose. Whereas the Santa Rosa City Schools support arts, music, and summer enrichment programs for students, especially students whose families are unable to afford the cost of private instruction or camps. The Santa Rosa City Schools believes that access to music is an important element in student success. Because mariachi music is part of many students' culture and families, and enjoyed by millions around the world, all students are able to increase their appreciation of the arts through mariachi music. And whereas Jose was born in Tapalpa, Mexico, has played mariachi violin music since he was 9. He has wanted to learn everything about mariachi music in order to play like his father. Whereas in 2008, at the age of 16, Mr. Soto and his family immigrated to Santa Rosa from Mexico. Here, the family of 8 lived their first 3 months in a garage. Mr. Soto enrolled in Elsie Allen High School, where he took classes from one of his heroes, music teacher Kyle Thompson. Mr. Soto and his family's band, the Mariachi Barragan, supported school events, raising thousands of dollars. Mr. Soto also became the director of the Elsie Allen Mariachi Club. Mr. Soto, you might not remember, but when you were a senior in high school and close to graduation, you were in Miss Annie Scully's AVID class. And all of you did presentations of the work that you had accomplished, and Annie had invited visitors in. And I sat at your table and listened to your story, and it was wonderful. I've never forgotten it. And you talked about how you just wanted to come to America and be with your dad to play music. So I'm so glad you got to do it. Whereas Mr. Soto has lived in Roseland and knows how little access families have to music and arts programs, in the spring of 2015, with the help of Wells Fargo Center for the Arts, the Santa Rosa City Schools, the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors, La Tortilla Factory, the Redwood Empire Food Bank, and many donors and volunteers, he established an intensive and free summer music program at Lawrence Cook Middle School. Mr. Soto and the mariachi musicians were able to create for students and families a sense of belonging in city schools, along with a feeling of community among the immigrant families who shared their children with the musicians. Over 150 people attended the final concert at Lawrence Cook Middle School, where their children performed Cielito Lindo, De Colores, and La Cucaracha. After the concert, Mariachi Barragan, largely composed of the Soto family, generously performed for the audience so that the students, families, and community could see and hear what is possible when students have fun and practice. The students' talent, hard work, and love of Mexican culture will enable them to become fine musicians, and all students are now aware of their own potential to create beauty. And whereas the mariachi camp students aged 7 to 16 have been introduced to, studied, and practiced violin, guitar, trumpet, and singing, they have learned about themselves and their culture and have also learned to work together and to value their family's sacrifices and their ancestors and traditions. The mariachi camp students have performed beautiful and spirited works of music and have been invited to perform at special events at the Wells Fargo Center for the Arts. Mariachi camp students have enrolled in music classes in their schools. Lindsay Gannon, principal of Lawrence Cook Middle School, has never seen students more industrious and determined than the students from One City Arts and Mariachi Camp. Whereas Mariachi Camp has provided access to music for over 50 children through the generosity of its many partners and friends, including Santa Rosa City Schools and Wells Fargo Center for the Arts. Now, therefore, it be it resolved that I, Donna J., President of Santa Rosa School Board, do hereby extend appreciation and gratitude to Jose Soto, Director, Mariachi Camp, for his efforts to bring us together as a community through music for children, thereby enriching the lives of the students and their families. We thank you so much for all the work you've done and the dedication you have to your community. Thank you. Jose is a wonderful example of someone who understands the importance of giving back to his community. He felt welcomed and embraced at Elsie Allen High School. He was very committed to his education, and particularly his music education, and now he's giving back. It's invaluable. And all that you have created such a role model for so many students who came up like you have. So thank you so much. Okay, now we're going to move on to a recognition of Maria de Los Angeles. She's not able to be here with us tonight, but I see she's got a few people here to support and who support her and want to be here for this recognition. Her brother Jesus, Lupe, her sister, Brian and Kathy Farrell. Brian, it's okay, it'll only take a few minutes. And Lindsay Gannon, the principal, and Yolanda Silva, the secretary.
And Maria Cañas also.
Oh, and Maria Cañas also. I'm sorry, did not mean to exclude you. Whereas the City of Santa Rosa City Schools support arts, music, and summer enrichment programs for students, especially students whose families are unable to afford the cost of private instruction or camps, we believe that success to the arts is an important element in student success. Ms. De Los Angeles could not attend school between third and sixth grades. At age 11, she and her family immigrated to Santa Rosa from Mexico and enrolled at Lawrence Cook. Whereas Ms. DeAngelos has worked in the fields at a fast food restaurant as a waitress and a private art teacher to help her family and to pay for her college education. She was not eligible for state or federal financial aid, but this past May, Ms. De Los Angeles earned a Master's of Fine Arts from Yale University, the most prestigious fine arts program in the United States. She is now part professor in the arts department. These success stories are so phenomenal. She is now part-time professor in the arts department at the Pratt Institute in Brooklyn, New York, where she also works as an artist. Ms. De Los Angeles has experienced both a lack of access to the arts and materials and the value of art classes. As a result, in the spring of 2014, with the help of our school district, the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors, La Tortilla Factory, Lola's, the Redwood Empire Food Bank, Community Action Partnership, and many donors, she established One City Arts, an intensive summer arts program at Lawrence Cook Middle School for 50 children. In the summer of 2015, with the help of many of the same friends and supporters, as well as the Wells Fargo Center for the Arts, as a new sponsor, Ms. De Los Angeles directed an additional summer arts program. For the summer of 2015, she recruited Sarah Foe, a highly talented and successful artist and a Yale Masters of Fine Arts graduate, to co-teach One City Arts. In 2014 and 15, Ms. De Los Angeles hired promising young artists from Elsie Allen High School as assistant art teachers. One City Art students have enrolled in arts classes in their schools, and their parents have reported that they have enjoyed more success in school since attending One City Arts. Lindsay Gannon, the principal of Lawrence Cook Middle School, has never seen students more industrious and determined than the One City Arts students. Ms. De Los Angeles has become an ally and a donor of her powerful and stunning paintings to various Sonoma County nonprofits, including the Hispanic Chamber Scholarship Gala, Elsie Allen Foundation, Sutter Hospital, Breast Catwalk for a Cure, and the Immigrants and the Imaginists, and Lawrence Cook Middle School for their fundraisers and their many worthy programs. One City Arts has now provided access to art for over 100 children through the generosity of its many partners and friends, including Santa Rosa City Schools, Community Action Partnership in 2014, and Wells Fargo Center for the Arts in 2015. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Donna J., President of Santa Rosa City Schools Board, do hereby extend appreciation and gratitude to Maria De Los Angeles, Director, One City Arts, for the efforts to bring us together as a community through Arts for Children, thereby enriching the lives of the students and their families. Thank you so much to her, but for all of you for the support that you've given to her. And she is an example of someone who has come to our country and become deeply involved in her community and given back to that community and enriched her students' learning experience. Has been a wonderful role model for them as well. So if you could bring this resolution back to her, we'd appreciate it. Okay, usually at this time after presentations like that, we give people a 5-minute break and people can go home or meet and greet each other, and then we'll take up the meeting again in about 5 minutes. Thank you. Lori? Lori's in. Could we come back? No. Okay, everyone, we're going to call the meeting back to order. We're going to bring the meeting back. Hello. Thank you. So now we're up to public comment of items not on the agenda. Should a member of the public have comments that pertain to a complaint against an employee of the district, the board advises that the matter should first be pursued using the appropriate district complaint procedure. Also, if someone wants to comment on any of our consent items, now is the time to do so. Fill out a blue card, please. Our first speaker is Will Lyon, followed by Melissa Matson.
Madam Chairwoman, I turned in a card before 5 o'clock. You may have missed it. I was first in this building. I'll yield, if that's appropriate.
She's going to come get your second card for this public comment, and we're going to go ahead and start, but we'll make sure you get her.
This first comment.
Okay, if you want to speak first, go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Lyon.
We still need a blue card.
Hello, Ms. Chairman, Chairwoman. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I wanted to talk about woodshop and music classes. Those are wonderful classes when I was a young person. They were great classes at Cook Junior High and Santa Rosa High School when I was fortunate to take them. An article in the news recently about the school district's interest in vocational arts and the crafts and the trades has brought me here to speak with you. It's been decades since there at Cook Junior High and Santa Rosa High School, those great programs were helping young people to not only learn skills and to work in the shops, but to also be prepared to maybe have jobs in the future. You had wood shop, metal shop, you had ag classes. Once you got to the high school, those were excellent classes. Now would be an excellent time to reestablish all of those classes, wood shop, metal shop, at the middle schools. Some students in these classes could learn to obtain skills leading to good, honest employment. Starting with summer jobs and after-school work, teenagers interested in these arts and crafts could become craftspeople and tradespeople. This could lead to a lifetime of employment. They might enjoy all that work too. It's something that's real important to keep in mind. And it pays well. It pays well enough to raise a family. I know many people who went through those programs and raised families and have done well here in this community with those trades and those crafts. So please use funds from the recently approved school funding to retrofit the middle schools and the high schools with shop classes and also classes in energy efficiency and carpentry, things that are needed right now, especially in our community, as we seek to have more housing for the people that will be here in the future. We could be training our own carpenters, our own plumbers, our own crafts people to take care of what we need here in this community. And music also. You know, it's an art that can get you a living. And I learned to play some music when I was young. Back then, they started in the grammar schools, Roseland School. It was good stuff. We heard mariachi music there too. Learned to sing La Bamba. It's good stuff. So, the main thing I'm making out here is that if you would work with the community to help all the members of the community find ways in which they could obtain their skills, follow their interests, and do positive things for their futures, we'd all be better off. Somewhere down the line, someone thought, well, it'll all just be computers and getting kids into college. That's not necessarily the best thing. So please, as you look for vocational training, bring it right back into the buildings you already have, retrofit those buildings, and don't buy the building out there on West College Avenue. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Lyon, followed by Melissa Matson.
Good evening, everybody. I'm William Lyon. I teach at Santa Rosa High School. I have a kindergartner at Proctor Terrace Elementary, and I'm in union leadership. I'm speaking for myself, though. I'm here because I'm grateful that you guys have halted the purchase of the water agency property. I think that was the right thing to do. I think it took a lot of courage to do it under this particular set of circumstances, and I appreciate it. We have a lot of things going right in our district. I want to point to one of them. The technology, and this is coming out of bond money, is going really well. We got 1,000 laptops out to teachers. We got Wi-Fi in a lot of places that didn't have it. We're certainly not, check mark done on it, but a lot of good progress there. I think that's a model, an example of how we're doing really well in spending that portion of the bond money, and I'm really happy about it. I also want to point out that this is I learned this at a CTA training. This is the way they said it. The relationship between the union and the district, we'll put a lot of people under that umbrella, is a voluntary and ongoing relationship. Voluntary in that either party could kill it and make it terrible. And ongoing, and that if we tear the house down, we got to build it back up. And it's real important to me that we don't tear the house down, because that house is my classroom and my I project my son spending the next 12 years here, getting smarter, and he's going to go to, I think, Berkeley on a full ride scholarship. So we need to do everything we can, all of us, and it really is all hands on deck. It's not easy work. I really appreciate all the hard work you do. I know every single teacher out here does it. I got to meet a lot of the parents this last week, and I think we can all agree we want to make awesome schools. We want trying to help kids. I think every single person in this room shares that goal. So I appreciate what you've done this week. I know it wasn't easy in some cases. One of the takeaways I have from this week is a thing called a FIT report. Have you heard of a FIT report? I put them up there. I had never heard of it. It happens to be on the school accountability report card. I'll just read quickly. The district uses facility inspection tool, FIT, which is developed by the state of the California Office of Public School Construction to evaluate the conditions at each school site with ratings of good, fair, or poor. The FIT also provides an overall summary of the school conditions at each school site of the scale of exemplary, good, fair, or poor. Detailed information from the FIT is listed in Section 4 and the complete SARC, and is also available at the district office. This is Santa Rosa's. I just gave you page 1 and page 6. The school was inspected on 8/15/2014 and has an overall rating of exemplary. And we went and clicked around at a bunch of the other schools, and every school has an overall rating of exemplary. And I hope that the people that are speaking tonight, they're coming in and telling you that our facilities are not exemplary. I think you know that. I don't know if you know it. Anyway, that's what they're going to tell you. I hope you take it with an eye towards, here's something that we can all do to fix together. I hope that's the spirit that they give it to you. I hope that that's the spirit that you take it. And I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Melissa Matson, followed by John Cortopassi.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Shields, and associate superintendents. I am a special day class teacher at Montgomery High School. I spoke to you early this year asking that the board reconvene the District Green Team Committee and about the need for more environmental education in our schools. Tonight, I am here to represent Montgomery and make you aware of the significant facility needs we have. I also want to express my surprise at the district's plan to use bond money to build a new charter school. I am a member of the District Facilities Master Plan Committee, and this was never mentioned on our meetings. And it was also not addressed in the project management plan. The meetings in the plan address only our current schools. I applaud the district in rescinding the plan to acquire property for a new school. At our site facilities meeting, we were presented with an existing condition summary. All of the stakeholders, which included teachers, parents, and administration, were shocked as our school was given an average or slightly below average rating. Montgomery High School was built in 1958, and many of the main buildings have not had significant remodels since then. One of our main halls has classrooms with serious structural damage that were exacerbated by the Napa earthquake. There was a crack across the back wall and ceiling several feet long. The side of the classroom nearest the outside wall slopes severely down, and you can feel gaping holes under the carpet. Teachers could not even open their windows. One teacher who tried to open a jam window sustained cuts after the glass shattered. We have 3 other halls in similar conditions, housing 39 classrooms total. The HVAC systems do not work properly or do not work at all. There is severe water intrusion in many rooms, and you can smell the mildew and mold. The roofs cannot handle water. Last December, one teacher's room had leaking so bad it formed a small lake in the center of her room. This is the case in many rooms as classrooms have flooded multiple times. Over the years, as our population expanded, portables and bungalows were added. Many of these are beyond their useful life and should never have been a permanent solution to our needs in the first place. These comprise over 30 classrooms total. One of these classrooms is mine. There's duct tape holding the carpet together, and the tiles in the kitchen have come loose, exposing the floorboards. Another serious concern is our athletic facilities. There are Title IX issues that are not enough lockers for girls. There's no storage space for female athletes or proper bathrooms. There's not even a door on the girls' restroom. Our gyms do not have HVAC systems. The floors in our gyms are on their last legs. The floorboards bend when students sprint or heavily walk on them. This is a serious safety hazard if the floor were to fail. The bleachers get pinched and stuck, and when they break, they're also a serious safety issue. Our visual and performing arts also have tremendous needs. Our Performing Arts Center is incredibly small and poorly designed. We need a new wing that can incorporate our band and choir with modernization. They too are in original buildings. Our visual arts wing is rat infested and has no HVAC. This includes our wood shop that needs modernization and redesigned as a makerspace. When we had our meeting at Montgomery to give our specific needs for the master plan, a parent commented that after hearing all these conditions, they would not send their student to Montgomery. In general, school is grimy, moldy, smelly, and bathrooms are horrendous. Some of my colleagues have spoken to parents in our attendance area, and they will not send our children to our school based on these conditions. I ask that when in the future prioritize that you think of Montgomery's conditions and the environment that our students are having to learn it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is John Cortopassi, followed by Paul Drake.
Good evening. John Cortopassi, Santa Rosa High School. Trust, transparency. These are words that the only way to give meaning to them is by actions. I addressed this board 2 months ago on this same topic. Trust, transparency. I asked you to take actions to build that. And in the last 2 months, I've seen very little of it. Relations with the teachers are still strained. About a month ago, the union president asked the district office for data regarding truancy rates. We've never heard back. About a week ago, the district called a special session to hold a hearing about spending $6 million worth of bond money on a project that the community nor the teachers had heard anything about. This was after the community and the teachers worked diligently last year to get a bond measure passed. The bond measure was about fixing our current schools that had been neglected for years. When I looked at this and went to the meeting last week, the first thing that came to my mind was the term bait and switch. We should have the bond money spent for what we told the community we were going to use it for. All I'm asking the district leadership to do is to start acting in ways to give meaning to those two words. We continually hear the leadership of this district talk about trust and transparency. Please include the teachers and the community in discussions along the way, instead of just looking at us for some sort of check mark to say that you've actually listened to us. Trust, transparency. It can be done, but it has to be an action on your part to make that happen. Thank you.
Paul Drake, and then Ryan Ernst.
Board members, district leaders, I want to thank you for taking the time to hear us tonight. My name is Paul Drake. I've been teaching in Santa Rosa City Schools for 23 years, and I've taught at 3 of our elementary schools. My son graduated from Maria Carrillo and currently attends Santa Rosa Junior College with the intent to get a degree in physics and become a teacher. So I thank all of his teachers for that. My daughter attends Santa Rosa High School as an Art Quest student. Don't know what she intends to do yet. So I'm an employee and a parent and care deeply about my own children and the students I have the privilege of working with every year. I'm also married to a teacher. My wife teaches in one of our feeder elementary districts, so I have a reliable window into that situation. It pains me greatly to be consistently confronted with the inevitable comparisons. In her school district, brand new carpet every few years, clean, well-maintained classrooms, frequently updated playground structures, a school powered entirely or nearly so by solar panels, Chromebooks in the hands of every 3rd through 6th grader, half-clats of iPads in every K-2 classroom, keycard-activated Columbine locks on every classroom door, a flat-screen Apple TV with document camera in every classroom, furniture that is not broken. By way of comparison, at Hidden Valley, and not unique to Hidden Valley, tarps cover our copy machine when it rains, the used copy machine that the PFO had to purchase for us. Walls pour water into the classrooms and the carpets and the hallways when it rains. Desk lids slam down on my second grader's fingers because the hydraulic mechanism failed many years ago and can neither be replaced nor repaired. Torn carpet trips us up. Sewage backs up and leaks outside the multipurpose room when it rains. The drought has helped here. Some rooms smell of mold, leaking faucets which drip for weeks and months with no maintenance response to repair requests. Santa Rosa City Schools elementary students deserve to learn and grow within an infrastructure which is safe, clean, dependable, and up to date. The conditions in which we work are, frankly, sometimes embarrassing. We have an opportunity with the school bonds. We made promises to a significant group of stakeholders. We must deliver on our promises to serve our students on our existing campuses. The SRCS strategic plan dated February 2014 states, the Santa Rosa City Schools District will serve all our students with fair, just, and equitable distribution of resources, personnel, financial, and instructional. The key word here is all. The voters of Santa Rosa, myself included, approved a bond measure to improve the quality of education for our children and grandchildren at our neighborhood schools. Let's not squander that goodwill by shifting resources in directions which do not serve all students. Now, if you please allow me a metaphor. Santa Rosa City Schools has a long-standing wound. The wound opens and bleeds every time trust is shaken. The only remedy for healing this wound is repeated experiences by all parties of being included, witnessed, and listened to. The recent events surrounding the consideration of the CTE charter school reopened the wound. I'm almost done. The decision not to pursue the acquisition of the property has staunched the bleeding, but allow me to share with you just a few examples of experiences I've had in recent days. Teachers, quote, things were going so well. We got a raise. The number of trainings and meetings are reduced. And now this? Why can't things just stay good for a while? High school students at Santa Rosa High School, not my daughter, they don't care about us. Parents, we didn't vote for the bond so they could build a new school. Our kids get nothing. Any organization thrives on the well-being of stakeholders. Let's be wary of squandering the goodwill of the community. Let's care for and nourish our emotional capital. We have an opportunity to build something great here. Let's do it together with integrity and as a community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. Ryan Ernst and Genevieve Lilligren.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Ernst, and I'm a parent to a second grader and kindergartner at Proctor Terrace Elementary. Investing now in repairing the base is the most prudent course of action. Our facilities have been neglected, and as we look forward, I'd like to urge the board to focus its energies on reinvesting in our facilities and committing to bringing the brick and mortar of our schools up to 21st century standards. It might surprise you to learn that nearly all of the schools in the district have received 100% or exemplary rating on their FIT report. Speaking for a group of parents at Proctor Terrace, I know we were certainly surprised, and my guess is that response would be shared by most parents at nearly every school in the district. Proctor Terrace is an old school that shows its age. We currently have almost 60 work orders in the queue, many of which have been active for a long time. This does not count the work orders that have been submitted via non-digital means. That's equal to, at minimum, 1 work order for every 8 kids at Proctor. This is not the hallmark of an exemplary facility. We have 1 bathroom per gender for our nearly 485 students. That bathroom services students ranging from 5 to 12 years of age. Our kindergartners get stuck in the bathroom because they're not strong enough to open the door. The bathrooms don't have enough water pressure to adequately flush without pressing the handle 2 or 3 times. If we do actually get someone who takes the time to flush, their reward is an overflowing toilet, which leaves human excrement on the floor for the next person. This is not the hallmark of an exemplary facility. We all know of Spring Lake, but the board should also be aware of Lake Proctor. Lake Proctor forms during any measurable rainfall and results in a hazard for our students. It's easy to push off flooding as an inconvenience rather than a hazard, but when it affects the classroom access and learning environment for our 5th and 6th grade students, it's more than an inconvenience, it's a problem. This is not the hallmark of an exemplary facility. Perhaps the most troubling of all is the unsecure nature of Proctor Terrace. A school built in the 50s and not updated since does not meet the student safety needs of 2015. There are no less than 6 points of unsecured entry to the campus. 6 places, many of which are less than 100 yards from 4th Street, where someone can enter school grounds without interacting with school staff. You literally could walk from the street unchecked to the one bathroom in less than 30 seconds. I fear for my children and the other 485 students who call Proctor Terrace home. This is not the hallmark of an exemplary facility. I implore the board to be vigilant in their efforts to repair the base. That is, invest in the facilities and infrastructure that currently makes up Santa Rosa City Schools. I urge you to focus efforts on getting a grasp of the infrastructure needs of your campuses. Proctor Terrace has parents who want to be involved and that are interested in helping create solutions to obstacles. We appreciate the work that Mr. Eichmann has done with our parents to help move some projects forward. I look forward to seeing progress that is transparent and accountable now and in the weeks and months to come.
Thank you. Genevieve Lilligreen, followed by Matthew Davis. Sure.
Okay, thank you. Ready? Oh, good evening. I'm Genevieve Lilligren, Santa Rosa City Schools teacher, future Santa Rosa City Schools parent, active community member, and proud native Santa Rosan. I'm speaking only for myself, though I'm confident many in this room share similar feelings. I will share my personal experience as it relates to the revelation of the board and district's intention to purchase the water agency property in an effort to illustrate how situations like these affect teacher morale. On Tuesday, October 20th, I sat in my first TADCOM meeting as the teacher chair with President Jay, Superintendent Shields, and many of you who are here this evening. In that meeting, the issue of underfunding in regard to classroom supplies was raised. At some sites, teachers are expected to buy their own paper when supplies run out. At almost all sites, teachers go out of pocket for basic supplies such as markers, crayons, pens, and pencils. Basic supplies. This does not include luxuries like highlighters, whiteout, Post-its, tissues, and hand soap. At this meeting, Superintendent Shields said, and I quote, "There are no additional base dollars for teacher supplies at this time." I interpreted this to mean that, as usual, the district's budget was tight. Fast forward, and suddenly, there are what appear to be more than $6 million excess dollars available to purchase a new high school. I was shocked. I felt foolish and deceived to have heard and believed only a few days earlier that adequate funding was not available for basic classroom supplies. I was almost moved to tears and even considered seeking employment in another district. I felt deeply taken advantage of. I understand funding is complicated and that monies are allocated by category, but with a huge influx of dollars for facilities improvements, one would hope that budgetary restructuring would free up funding for classroom supplies. It is more about the message than the money. An action such as pursuing new property in excess of $6 million while existing classrooms lack basic supplies inadvertently sends the message that the work done in the classroom is not important or worth investing in. I believe it was never the board's intention to send this message. Situations like these deeply affect morale in a negative way and are what created and continues to feed the chasm between the district's leadership and SRCS educators. In light of last Friday's announcement and tonight's pending vote, I feel hopeful. I'm excited to move forward into a state of transparency where actions match intentions Information is shared freely in a timely fashion, and trust can grow so that we as educators can focus on what really matters, helping every student every day reach every possibility. We are SRCS, and our #1 priority is preparing students for college, career, and a lifetime of learning. Please equip us with the supplies and facilities needed to allow us to reach this goal. Thank you.
Matthew Davis, and then Robin Fox.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Matthew Davis. I teach physics at Santa Rosa High, and I have children in the district. I want to commend the board for considering career technical education in its future plans. Vocational and CTA education have long been neglected in California. However, given recent events regarding the former Sonoma County Water Agency property and the ensuing public response that you're witnessing this evening, I would encourage the board to focus bond monies on its existing school sites. Many school sites have a great deal of deferred maintenance and unmet facility needs. These should be a top priority. For example, at Santa Rosa High, we have quite a few classrooms, science and music, that lack air conditioning. It's never been installed. School starts in mid-August, and we often endure many days when the temperature inside classrooms exceed 85 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 29.4 degrees Celsius, by the way. In some classrooms, the temperature reached 92 degrees Fahrenheit. This August, that's 33 Celsius. At such high temperatures, students can become lethargic. For the good of the students, the district needs to provide new adequate working air conditioning units in all classrooms everywhere in the district that currently lack them. The district also needs to address all the other facility upgrades and repairs that have been identified this evening. Broken toilets, heaters, and dilapidated portable classrooms that have outlived their shelf lives all need to be addressed before we start exciting, shiny new programs. Indeed, Article 7.1.1 of our collective bargaining agreement reads as follows. The district agrees to A, provide unit members with equipment, materials, and facilities appropriate for their designated position and maintained for their usage. Section D, provide heat to all classrooms and make a reasonable effort to air condition all classrooms through the scheduled retrofit remodeling programs. I interpret that as bond money, anyway. Section 7.1.2, each school will have the following. Section E, well-lighted, heated, and clean restrooms for exclusive use of staff. At Santa Rosa High, it took over 2 months to get one of our faculty bathrooms repaired recently. More importantly, I have another question. How much money was spent on consultants, feasibility studies, and environmental impact reports relating to the proposed CTE charter school at the water agency property? Hope it's not very much. That money could have been bought textbooks, school supply. I understand about categorical funding, but that money could have been used for other things, more pressing matters. Teachers, and I expect the taxpayers and property owners of Santa Rosa, will be watching the board closely in the future to see how you spend bond money. Thank you very much.
Robin Fox, and then Dave Keegan. Robin?
Okay, let me see if I can reach this, okay. Hi, my name is Robin Fox. I've been a teacher at Hidden Valley School in the Deaf and Hard of Hearing program for the last 27 years. I initially was just coming this evening to support all of the teachers that are here and all of the issues that we have facing our dilapidated buildings. But in sharing with my colleague Paul Drake, I decided to just share a few words with you. This is in regard to we're all talking about the elementary bond measure that was passed last year and how it affects my classroom and the classrooms at my school. As many as around the district can relate to, my classroom is very old, built in 1972 with no renovations. I have a roof that caves in whenever we have any rain, just caves right in. It's generally out of commission for some time at that point, which has me have to block off a certain part of my room. Now, I imagine that that's a familiar story across the district. In attending the architectural planning meeting we had last week, I believe it's been, with regard to my classroom and my wing, I believe it has been decided that our wing will be torn down and replaced with modular buildings, but no timeline has been given, and it looks like, oh my goodness, it'll be at least another couple years or so. I also understand that a roof is being talked about, that most likely to be put onto our existing building, which to me, even though I want a dry, safe classroom for my students, some of whom are very medically fragile with heart and lung conditions, I am concerned about the financial decisions in the making on this on this process, excuse me. It seems that the substantial amount of money that it would take to put a new roof on could be put to better use if it was replacing those buildings in a more timely manner. It just seems like they want to wait till every single thing is all the ducks are in a row to move anything without regard to really difficult situations. And to me, that money they would put on to put a roof on, and I have no idea how much that would be, but I'm sure 10,000 something, it would be a lot of money. It basically could just be thrown in the street. That's kind of how I see it. Anyway, thanks for the opportunity to be here and voice my concerns with all of you who I know want to see the best facilities possible for our SRCS students. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Keegan, followed by Dan Evans.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dave Keegan. I've been a teacher for 34 years in this district, and I'm at Albert Yella. And I'll make this pretty short, although I'm kind of stirred up by all these reports. I didn't realize we quite had the crumbling infrastructure we do across our campuses. But anyway, I first did want to express appreciation for the consideration the superintendent and board have recently shown toward parent and teacher concerns regarding the water agency land purchase. And I do appreciate the means for open discussion created for parents in the superintendent's recent soup with the superintendent forum. I think it'd be great if we had such a thing for teachers too. But I also want to, as you've heard, encourage increased transparency and inclusivity of both parent and teacher input regarding not only bond money direction, but significant board decisions in general. I know as teachers we want to have a more significant voice, as you have heard, in any conversation that has a large impact on the students we teach and interact with daily. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Peter Alexander. Oh no, it's Dan Evans. Sorry.
Can we get this going? You know how to get it going? Thank you. I'm going to be very brief, and I want to thank everybody who's spoken before me. I'm not going to talk about the facilities issues at this point in time because I think the people before me have spoken eloquently about that. I'm Dan Evans. I'm at Rankin Valley Middle School. I've been in the district for 29 years. I want to talk about my colleagues, my classified colleagues. I've sent a letter to the board regarding this issue, and I know that our superintendent Socorro has gotten a copy of this. But I just want to make this statement publicly. I'm embarrassed. There are 64 cells on the classified, this is classified 75's job. Their jobs, there are 64 cells where people make less than $15 an hour in this district. We know what it is like to even rent a place here. We know what it's like to try to find help in this district. For a practical matter, we need to raise these rates for our poor classified colleagues. That's what I'm here to say. It's very short, very simple. We need to do this. We need to do this now. I know I'm not a negotiator for either unit right now, but this is coming from my heart, and our colleagues are bleeding down there, and we need to help them out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Last speaker card of people wanting to comment on items on the agenda is Peter Alexander.
Good evening, Peter Alexander, Chernev. I'll share something I shared just once before the other day. It was just 2 evenings ago I was reading this atlas, and I ran my fingers over the atlas, over the world, and I whispered to it, I said, where does it hurt? And I got an answer. It said, everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. and it's later than most of you think. And never have so many been paid so much to teach so little regarding the 3 R's: research, reasoning, and reality. We were all told somewhere along the way that we were born into a world of lies, but the degree is beyond the average person's comprehension. Of all the taxes that this illegal Fed takes from the entire nation, they take 72% from us here in California, and they use it against us. They have our firefighters and law enforcement begging for nickels with all kinds of strings attached, and we just allow it. We've all been taught about the extended actions taken by King, Gandhi, and Chavez till they attained their stated goals. But even some university professors have admitted to me that I am right, that they will be arrested and fired if they were to inspire a strike or a boycott, which is necessary against a system that has no mercy on us, and we're the ones that have been paying it. How many of you had wonderful experiences with lawyers, courts, and insurance companies? Have you ever seen the movie Wag the Dog? If not, watch it, because that's what's going on TV. They lie to us about just about everything. The Russian jetliner, the Paris fiasco, the USS Liberty, 9/11, those were all Mossad Zionist operations. And let them be clear, there's no doubt about this. We've been lied about where Hitler died, which happened to be Lake County in California in 1986. The Titanic was torpedoed. There was no iceberg within 800 miles. There's so many more things. But as I am that I am, and I'm here speaking truth to power, free of all fear, I'll invite you to do into the most exciting party you've ever seen, the biggest party the world has ever seen, where we take back this nation, where we walk into the promised land as seen by Martin Luther King. It was a prophetic vision that he had and a prophecy I've shared for 21 years. The time is now, and your invitation is for the 24th. In just a few days, 11 a.m. at the West Oakland Port. The prophecy of the 40-day shutdown of the system as we, true Americans and warriors and heroes, arise on behalf of our children as almighty Pistons and shut this game down, freeing Leonard Peltier, the U.S. Constitution, and ourselves by shutting down the entire West Coast until these corrupt banker minions are nothing more than toast.
Thank you,
For
Mr.
Leonard
Alexander.
Peltier is scheduled to be the first man to walk into the promised land. He's been in prison for 40 years.
Thank you. Please
and
wrap
we've
up
allowed
right
this.
now.
I say it, you hear it, so be it, and thank you for blessing me with a moment of your time.
Thank you. I have one more speaker card. It's a Susan Birch.
West Oakland Port, 11 a.m. The West Oakland BART, and then we walk to the port. Thank you.
Good evening. I didn't intend to speak tonight, but when one of the slides came up, it triggered a thought of a couple of things. The picture of Proctor Terrace Elementary School with the sign on Bryden Lane. My daughter started school there in 1999, and when she started school there wasn't a sign. My husband's a sign maker, and he asked the school about a sign because the kids were excited. And we were told there was no money for a sign. So he designed it, and he got it approved by the district and the city and whoever, and he and my brother-in-law, who had a child at the school, and our kids went and built the sign, the little sign that's still standing there. Our kids were in that school during El Nino, when the flooding was going on. Nothing has changed. My kids are out of school, and they did brilliantly in the Santa Rosa school system. But having said that, there was no place to go eat lunch when they were in high school, when it was pouring and cold. It's up to the mercy of the teachers to let them eat in their classrooms. The teachers give and they give and they give. And there's just no end to what they're asked to give. Seeing Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts being rebuilt that's fantastic. Is it going to be a bigger school that's going to let 100 more kids in? It's insulting. It's just insulting. And so I want to thank all the teachers that are here tonight and really care and have put all of this love and effort and attempted to providing for our kids. And I just want to say thank you to you all for changing your mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for coming out and sharing your thoughts and desires with us. We appreciate your participation. And we're going to move on now to parent organization reports. And I'm going to start with Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. Is there Judy O'Dell here? O'Donnell?
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for inviting our school, the Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts, to share some of the highlights of our year so far, as well as some of the things we are looking forward to doing later in the year. I think I'm going to... My name is Judy O'Donnell, and I am co-president of the School for the Arts Community Organization, or SACO for short. SACO was established to support the mission of the Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts to provide students from kindergartners to 8th graders with an innovative arts-integrated education. SACO helps accomplish this mission by fundraising and organizing volunteer support of projects and programs at the school. SACO's leader. Fundraising is another critical area of SACO's work as we seek to support the arts component of our students' education. This is a really exciting year for our school community. We are so grateful for the board's support of our Humboldt Street campus remodel and in making the Lewis Street campus a wonderful temporary home. The SRCSA administration, staff, and faculty also worked so hard to make the move, and all of these heroic efforts made for a relatively painless transition for the Arts Charter families. We know how much behind-the-scenes work this took, and we are glad that the improved classrooms and buildings will benefit the next community that is lucky enough to use the campus. Of course, we cannot wait to return to our home campus. In the meantime, SACO's working hard. We started our fundraising efforts with our annual seed drive, and through family contributions, we were able to provide $1,100 to each classroom. We are proud that 56% of our school's families participated, and that we raised almost $20,000. The money goes directly to the teachers to spend on classroom materials that support the high-quality arts-integrated education provided at our school. In October, we had our school's annual walkathon, which we call the Art Walk. Art Walk is our main fall community event and the key fundraiser for the entire year. It is also pure fun for our kids and families. Our Art Walk theme this year was Building Community, which seemed especially appropriate since our home campus is under construction. The kids donned construction attire, and we all set about community building one step at a time. While we had fun and built community connections, we raised $23,000. Donations from families and friends are used to purchase art supplies, equipment, and funding for school-wide programs, events, and gatherings. Through our fundraising efforts, we are able to support music, visual and performing art, and dance programs for our kids. And we're able to send our teachers to arts integration training through the Kennedy Center. We are in the process of choosing school-wide assemblies that will bring exciting dance, theater arts, and music to our students, as well as provide hands-on science education. Each year, SACO purchases additional musical instruments to continue building the school's instrument library. This year, our school has launched an exciting strings program for 3rd graders, and SACO is helping to pay for the necessary violins to get the program off to a successful start. We also provide annual funding to repair and maintain all of the school's instruments during the summer to ensure that they remain available. We are looking forward to our spring fundraiser in April, which will be a fun adults' night out at Lagunitas Brewery, and are planning on dedicating the funds raised to purchasing a play structure for our home campus. We're looking ahead to sponsoring our annual book fair and literacy week, an off-site talent show that helps 8th graders experience the Ashland Shakespeare Festival, and generally offering our support to the school community. Finally, we are currently finishing up our annual canned food drive and are excited to be coming together as a community to help those in need this season. Thank you for allowing me to tell you some of the great things happening at the Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts, and thank you for your support of our school. Thanks.
Thank you so much. You obviously have a really well-engaged parent volunteer community, and I think the idea of your spring fundraiser being held at Lagunitas is great. Next, we have Proctor Terrace Elementary, and its Principal Olmsted is going to be reporting, I believe. No? Oh, okay, good. Are you Connie?
No.
Okay, so I'm wrong twice now. Why don't you just go ahead and introduce yourself?
Connie is busy. My name is Amy Cunningham. I'm a PTA member at Proctor Terrace. And thank you for letting us share a little bit about what our PTA does. We partner with our amazing principal and teachers at Proctor to help enrich what we have for our students at the school. We have a few major fundraisers through the year: our walkathon, our dinner dance auction, a golf tournament. We have a dine and donate at restaurants each month, our box talk labels, and a new Amazon program, all of which help raise, I don't know, a total of close to $80,000, I want to say, a year, something like that. With that money, we're able to give back to our school in some really tangible ways. We host a Tiger Fest every fall, which is a really fun Halloween harvest festival for the community, the bigger community, and the students at our school. We host movie nights on campus where students can come Friday night in their pajamas and watch a movie. We've had ice cream socials in the past, and we're also using the money to enrich technology that lands directly in our students' hands. We also fund an art docent program at Proctor Terrace, which has been really awesome to bring more art and hands-on classes to our students. After-school programs include a whole bunch. Lego, Taekwondo, mixed media art, drama, kids science, Move Over Mozart. We help pay for assemblies and field trips. We also help give teachers $25 per student to help fund their curriculum enrichment. It helps to pay for some of those paper and book supplies that they're lacking. And we just agreed to renovate the amplified systems that our teachers use in the classroom so that students can hear them better. We have an amazing garden at Proctor Terrace, which if you haven't seen, we invite you to come witness yourselves. It's really fun. We have fruit trees that grow and a farmer's market that the students help put on. The garden serves as part health education, part science lab, part sales and marketing, and even an art studio where students can come and build fairy houses and learn about our environment. So anyway, these are a few of the things that happen at the Proctor Terrace PTA, and we thank you for allowing us to share.
Thanks for coming out tonight. Okay, and lastly, we have Steele Lane Elementary, and I'm not even going to say who I think is going to get up. Someone's going to get up, right? Kesa Enemark, principal.
Good evening. My name is Kesa Enemark. I'm the principal at Steele Lane Elementary School. It's my second year there, and the foundation has asked me to read a presentation that they had. We passed the baton a few times, and some parents were busy with their kids' activities tonight, so I thought, well, I will help take care of this. And I'm actually very proud because the quote that they wrote is, they find that all that we do at Steele Lane is most fascinating and exciting, and I agree. And we want to congratulate Carla, our student of the month, because she, after we wrote the presentation for her, she was then elected as the school president, so that's pretty special for her. So 8 years ago, Steele Lane Elementary School, they created a Steele Lane Enrichment Foundation, and that was conceived and put into action by a wonderful group of parents and teachers, and 3 of those people are still on the board today. And so it's a group of about 9 people working for our school. We have some parents now that we're weaving parents into the mix, but what's neat about the foundation is they always reach out to families to find out what the families want and also work with teachers. This year, at a fundraiser, we earned enough for $125 per teacher. So I think that it's interesting to see how maybe the LCAP SIPs different funds come through the schools. We might see our money coming through a different way than through the parent group at our school, because I'm sure we have a different budget in those categories. But what's neat about these same 3 people and 8 people being on the board is that when these volunteers, they see the benefit of bringing enriching programs to our students, it's hard to let that go. So this foundation, it's not necessarily always run by parents. 2 of the people don't even have children at our school any longer, and they continue to come to the foundation. So it's pretty special. Some of the programs we have are the beautiful garden. It's the 26th year of this garden being in effect. Here we go. It's supported by the Rotary, Slow Food, and the School Garden Network, and even some Boy Scouts did an Eagle project there this last summer. We get the students in the garden twice a month with a little class, and we hold a harvest festival where kids and families, they can visit the garden after school, make apple juice, build a scarecrow, play games. And what's neat is this garden really allows kids that maybe they're living in apartments and they don't get to dig around in the dirt, and they're out there and they are proud of their garden and they see through the window the vegetables and the squash and the pumpkin and just big crazy sunflowers growing. It's a pretty special place, I think, for the kids. It's like a sacred, special place on campus. But the kids see, where does the food come from? And they get to work in the garden, and they have to pull weeds and plant seeds in a greenhouse and try science experiments and even plant crops for them to taste later on. The foundation also supports our art program, where we have an art docent for 6 months out of the school year. The art docent goes into the classes and does some art that maybe the teachers wouldn't. Some teachers are not really into art, but they really love having the art docent, and the children love it as well. And you can see the art all around the campus still, even from last year's artists. Their work is in our office, I think in the superintendent's office, in our library. So we do some fundraising at our school, and we also offer the Winter Fiesta, which is in conjunction with our ELAC parents, and it is so much fun. I have to say, it's the best school party I have ever been to, and it happens in the multipurpose room, and it's loud and fun, and there is the best food I have had in a long time in a school setting, and I'm excited about it again this year. It's called the Winter Fiesta, and so we have some student performers there from the band playing, and so basically Steel Lane is a fun, focused, safe place to learn, and I'm happy to be principal there, and we're very lucky to have the foundation there to support us along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, great report. Okay, now we move on to Employee Association reports, and we'll begin with SRTA President Ola King-Clay.
It's nice to be past 30, but flipping glasses is becoming a chore. Good evening, Madam President, Superintendent Shields, and the honorable board members, and my colleagues in the back or the front. Thank you very much for taking time out of your personal lives and spending a few hours with us. Today is another wonderful day in the lives of most Santa Rosa school teachers. Life is such a fantastic gift. We should never, never trash it. Now that the month of November is only 10 days away from being completed, December is right around the corner. We will soon feel the rush again and again. There's lots to be thankful for at this point in time. We, the members of SRTA, parents, and community at large, will sing in unity the joy of not having to ponder the question over a new site. We say thank you for revisiting your quests for more land. We are looking forward to the work at hand, which is the remodeling of the present-day school sites. The bond money will give each site a new facelift. Now, I would like to share a few slides of some of the needed repairs at a few of the sites. When these repairs are completed in the near future, oh, what a wonderful world it will be.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue, clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark much more than I ever knew. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Ooh, yeah.
As always, we SRTA is willing to work with and under the platform of being transparent and open. We encourage all stakeholders to work as a unit, not as an adjunct individual. Our LCAP, truancy, PD, and conference committee are all ready to work hand in hand. We want to get SRCS on the track of being the best that we can be. SRTA is looking forward to getting dates on our calendars and in our playbook. Being successful reminds me of the 2015 basketball champs, Golden State Warriors. Yay! Yay! Jeez! They did not win because the coach was a master driving force. They won because they joined together as a team and set their goals on becoming the best that they could be. Now that's a team. With that being said, the doors are wide open for us to become world champs of education. Now we get all that business work out of the way. Now for those special moments in time, honors goes out to Tim Gilman, a campus supervisor at Ridgeway High. His long-lasting dedication to being a strong supporter of his students and their drive to be successful. Dave Brandt of Bellevue for his kindness and understanding and patience with his students. And he is the best chili cooker in the world. And now, my superheroes goes out to the California League of Middle Schools, 5 powerful educators. These are the 5 Northern California teachers for the 2015-2016 school years. It is December 4th, a great event. Please find that in your calendars. December 4th, 5:30, Mary Agatha Center in Windsor. Yours truly, MC. These are the 5 best that was selected by the members of their school. And I'd like to introduce them. If they're in the audience, please stand. From Herbert Slater, we have Linda Costanza. From Hilliard Comstock, Mike Milbrath. Lawrence Cook, Judy Sedona. Rincon Valley, Carol Kovach. And Santa Rosa Middle, Leona Rockwell. Yes. Now that's a wonderful group. As always, a few words of wisdom by one of my favorite jazz singers. You heard him moments ago, Mr. Louis Armstrong. You should have a copy of this. What a wonderful world. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I will share a couple of the lines. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them blooming for you and me. Oh, excuse me, for me and you. And I think to myself, oh, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white. the bright, blessed day, the dark, scary nights. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. When you go home, read this and think, Ola said, what a wonderful world. Working together as a unit, we're going to be the superheroes of education. Thank you.
Do we have Tammy Afonso here tonight? No. And Chris Fierro? No. Okay, superintendent report?
Yes, good evening. I want to thank everyone for their passion and input around these topics. I'm going to follow Ola's lead around gratitude, even though I never would have chosen to get here this way. I am very appreciative of the passion expressed by the entire community for the future of our children, both around the bond dollars, the master plan, and how we spend them, and how we make sure that our facilities and sites meet the needs of our students. I'm also appreciative for these important community conversations that have been started. There has been, in many of the conversations that have taken place, a renewed invigoration for career technical education, speaking about how important that is for our children, knowing that all of our children go to work, whether they go after an apprenticeship, after time at the JC, after a 4-year college experience, or even after that. Certainly, in hearing the conversations, I know we need to talk more about the difference between vocational ed and career technical education, make sure that we're all on the same page about how rigorous instruction can be and should be for our children, for our economy, and for our community. I think there's also been important conversations about equity in charter schools and how that plays out in our district. Certainly, we have many charter schools that we work with, and so how we continue to move forward in this discussion of equity. The issue of segregation was brought up. I think we need to speak about that not only in any new school we would build, but also in the schools that we have, the hyper-segregation in our schools and in our community, and certainly in our classrooms on every campus. We have segregation of who is enrolled in which classes, and we need to talk about that openly and fairly and decide who we want to be and move forward together. I think also revealed in these conversations has been some bias about who goes to what type of schools and what a CTE school would be. Certainly it's not the right time for that. This is important conversations we all have to be in together. And the idea of the best education for our children needs time to happen together. That is clear. And the work is so important. We do all have to be on the same page. But these are important conversations we all need to continue to have, not only around the bond dollars, but the quality of instruction we provide at all our schools. We do have great CTE programs at our schools right now. We need to do a better job messaging what they are and how they connect with our community. And we need to decide where we go next to make sure they fit the needs of our students, of our staffs, and of the community we serve so that they can have the jobs they need to have the lives they want to lead here in Santa Rosa City. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Shields. I'm going to skip on a board report tonight. We did have a teacher advisory committee meeting yesterday, but the minutes are not completed yet, so we'll report on that next meeting. There are no board member reports tonight, and Director Pugh, you decided you're not going to give a CSBA and SBA report? Okay. That means we move on to our consent items, and I'd be looking for a motion.
Move item E2 through E12.
We need to include E1 on this because we have 2 board members not here. So could you amend that?
I'll run that E1 through E12 with the 2 board members absent.
Say the end again.
E1, you want me to?
1 through 12.
1 through 12,
Right.
E1 through 12.
And do I have a second?
Second.
So that's moved by Director Hanel and seconded by Director Gonzalez. Roll call vote, please.
Director Hanel?
Aye.
Director Gonzalez?
Aye.
Director Christoph?
Aye.
Director Pugh?
Aye.
President Jay?
Aye.
Student board member?
Aye.
Okay, now we'll move on to our F items, discussion and action items, beginning with F1, MOU between Santa Rosa City Schools, Sonoma County Human Services, and Upstream Investments concerning building a culture of equity.
Good evening, President Jay, Superintendent Shields, members of the board. I am pleased to bring you tonight this memorandum of understanding, or MOU, if I could say it, because it directly relates, I think, to the many things we've been bringing forward to you in terms of equity, in terms of data, promises of the LCAP, many of the topics that we have brought forward to you. So joining me here next to me is Assistant Director Oscar Chavez from the Sonoma County Human Services Department. And so let's see if I can reach this. Oh, I can't actually reach. I need either that or you have to push the button. Angie Dillenshire was also going to be here tonight but could not attend due to some personal circumstances. And so delivering the promises of the LCAP, we've talked about this numerous times, and we will be bringing forward to you reports all throughout the year so that you can actually see what the progress is in terms of monitoring the investment of the LCAP. And what we're really truly looking for, do the dollars that we envisioned for particular actions in the LCAP, are they meeting what we would want them to meet? And how are we taking a look at that? And is the impact to students what we want, what we said we were going to do as we entered into these promises, these actions, these services of the LCAP? So that means data. And data is something that I think you've heard a lot about. I think that you also have heard that it's not been the most easiest to gather in our district for a number of reasons. Not only gathering the data, but monitoring it, analyzing it, summarizing it, and having conversations around it have all been difficult. Not something that we'd have done as a normal practice, but beginning to do. In order to do that, though, we also have to train. We have to build capacity around that. We have to understand that data really causes us to ask more questions. Doesn't necessarily answer questions. It actually should raise more questions about what's going on. I think the other thing is that we all have to believe that it matters, that evidence matters, that evidence-based anything, instruction, practices, really matter in our movement forward. And then how are we defining success? And are we together in defining that success? I think that's hugely important. Then, as I've said all along, measuring the progress all along the way. It would be, what would I say, like a rudderless ship. I mean, we just need to absolutely know the direction, but more than know the direction, are we headed in the right direction? And what data, what evidence are we looking at to ensure that? So interestingly enough, just as we were preparing this, and Oscar and Angie and Superintendent Shields and I were beginning to talk about it, the State Board of Education has actually come out with their first rubrics on measuring the accountability of the LCAP. And they've actually come out with a map, so to speak. And I'm going to pass this out to you. It was so hot off the presses that I couldn't actually put it into the, yes, Vanna, thank you. I couldn't actually, oh, you have it. This one's a colored copy of it, so it might be a little easier to see than the black and white. That's right, I did put it in the packet. So sorry it wasn't as hot off the presses as we thought. But I think that the most important thing is you look at the left side, and we talk about key indicators, metrics, associated indicators, and more metrics. Really, we are talking about how we are going to be held accountable to the investments of the LCAP. And so I think, again, this is hugely important that we get ahead of the curve. We get ahead and are ready with partners such as Human Services to begin to look at our progress. The other thing I think that we also have to be courageous about is that we may not really like some of the things that we see. And or some of the things that we think would really work based on all the feedback we get from all the stakeholders may not actually be the action that is getting the most impact or getting the impact we would desire. Measuring the soft, quote unquote, what are the best practices to measure social emotional impact? That's very difficult a measure. We have Healthy Kids Survey, we have some different kinds of surveys, but it's something that we haven't done as much of in the past. Not only that, we haven't actually really taken the data that we have gotten, like from the Healthy Kids Survey, and used it to make decisions, data-driven decisions. So, when I first came aboard Santa Rosa City Schools, one of the first people I had met was actually Oscar Chavez. And one of the first things he talked about was data. And that they actually have a lot of resources within their department. And I think that we together in partnering with them and probation could really leverage that and build some thought partners and call upon their expertise. In particular, one of the things that I think is most impactful to me when I came to Santa Rosa was the Portrait of Sonoma. And that is just chock full of data. And I think that what we saw in that and why we want to partner is the value of somebody to talk about all of these initiatives with the same kind of vision, but seeing it from a little bit different perspective, I think is hugely important. I think from the Portrait of Sonoma and the work that we've been doing throughout our time together is that there are shared values, especially around equity. I see that as hugely important. Investment in the community, I think is they hold that as do we. I think that different organizational cultures that they have, that we have, actually can come together, and I think we can produce even better impacts, better products. So I think it's the opposite of groupthink. So I think that's hugely important. The different skills, the different lens, the different perspectives that I think a partner outside of Santa Rosa City Schools could bring. So, as we know, the LCAP investments, because it is back to local control, and it really is about all the stakeholders in the community coming together to create a plan for the greatest impact for our students, that it really equals better community conditions. And so we share that. I think the county and SRCS share that deeply. I think that the county can provide support to evidence-based investments, so upstream investments. I know you've heard a lot about that. What I think is really, really powerful is that the county already has a lot of existing data that we could tap into, that we can use, that could help us as we look and hold ourselves accountable to our LCAP promises. And I think that they can help and be a partner in engaging a community of practice. I would also say, maybe from a school standpoint, common practice, common language, but a community of practice, I think, that we all hold, not only in Santa Rosa City Schools, the county, but really throughout the whole community. And is this me or you? Okay.
Thank you so much, Oscar Chavez with Sonoma County Human Services. And we're very excited about this MOU. And before I get started, speaking of data, Director Gonzalez, the last time I was here, when I talked about the percentage of Latino students who did not have a high school diploma, you asked what percentage of those students were foreign born, and it's 23% of that population. And so I'd be happy to pass that information along. But that was a very good question that you asked, and I think it is those kinds of questions that we want to ask as we look at data. And so one of the things that we've been working, particularly with our Upstream Investments Initiative, and I did bring some material to share with you. We brought a guide to upstream investment policy and a Champions Toolkit, and these were developed with the policy committee of which Superintendent Shields and other educators, our Superintendent of County Office of Education, helped to give shape to these tools. But one of the things that we've learned over the last couple of years is that to become a data-driven organization, to use evidence-informed practices to elevate our practice is long-term work, and it really requires a shift in thinking and culture at the organizational level. So we've been working for a long time supporting community-based organizations to really think about these things. How do we elevate our collective understanding about what works, and how do we share best practices and amplify what's working? And what we want to do here is really create that learning community environment where we can work and learn jointly. When schools succeed, we succeed. When you think about the cost of a young person not graduating. That has implications to many other systems that require very costly intervention. So we are vested in your success and the success of the students. So the more that we can work together around understanding what works, the better outcomes we're going to have. So this MOU really speaks to helping to work together and to begin to think about how can we support teachers, principals, trustees around understanding data. And the county has a wealth of data and information that we want to share so that you can use it to make more informed decisions about where you should be investing. And so we want to create a strong culture of data. And what that really means is that we want to begin to use data to drive decisions. We want to make sure that organizations have the dedicated staff and the resource to be able to analyze the data and to make recommendations and to make course corrections when the data is telling you or pointing you to something different. And that we have to have the adequate data collection systems. These systems are very costly. I know that you're thinking about what are those data systems that you're going to need to invest in. And so at the county, recognizing that organizations don't have that resource, we've actually purchased a data collection system that we are working with our community-based organizations to be able to collect and analyze that data. And also to build staff capacity to be able to do that and to generate reports that are meaningful. We collect a lot of data, but oftentimes it's very difficult for the public to really understand what you're presenting. So how do we simplify the data, or as I like to say, how do we democratize the data so that it's more relevant and easier to understand from the community's perspective? And that adds a whole new layer of transparency, and I think a lot of buy-in for the change that we want to make. So this is a long-term process, and I want to acknowledge that we've been doing this for a number of years. We will be hitting about 100 different programs on our local portfolio about what works. And so these are programs that you can look at that address a variety of issues ranging from improving student outcomes, nutrition, parent engagement, and we want to share all of that information with you. One of the ways that we can begin to look at that, and I just put this up as an example from the LCAP process, and the way that we would approach this with people is that if we're looking at increasing student and family wellness, one of the things that we would want to ask is, what is out there in the field of what works that would support increasing student and family wellness? And this is an example. We know that full-service community schools and the components really help to engage families and to really create inviting school environments that really encourage that kind of collaboration. Well, then we have to think about how are we going to measure our outcome? And in this case, we could look at increasing parent engagement and communication. Then we have to ask, well, what would we look to tell us that we actually are achieving our measurable outcomes? So, we want to make sure that we're developing reliable parent survey tools that we can use to get feedback and to create feedback loops that tells us that we're actually engaging parents and that they're feeling more engaged. We also want to track parent attendance at events. So these are metrics that we can put in place that we can record and quantify and to tell us that we're moving in the right direction. We could also look at tracking website traffic, looking at some of those analytics, and also doing the analysis, right? Did we achieve the outcome? And is that outcome leading us to our longer term goal of having sort of creating institutional change to have schools that are really connect parents to those schools and that they feel really involved and connected? And if the work isn't working or if the results aren't being achieved, that we can provide some course correction along the way rather than waiting an entire year. I get that it sounds very simple, but it is very complex. But we need to move our systems in this direction if we want to understand what works and if we want to know where we need to amplify those programs and their investments that are achieving results. So we want to be a partner with you in this work because we actually want to take everything that we've learned with our Cradle to Career and deploy it at the school level, because only the school districts, by adopting some of those strategies and tactics, will we actually be able to improve outcomes and actually close the achievement gap. So one of the ways that we want to be able to do that, in summary, is to think about how we can develop joint training opportunities. How can we bring some county resources and we can learn together in a learning community, bring some of the community-based organizations that you already have contracts with to really understand how are we working together, how are we re-engaging and reinforcing activities to really drive the outcomes. And this is really creating an environment where you're setting the conditions by saying, this is what the data is telling us that needs to be addressed. What interventions do we need to deploy, and who needs to be at the table to drive that outcome? It's an entirely different conversation, but I think it's an important and necessary conversation so that we can all get on the same page and understanding about what we need to do to really improve outcomes for students in our school district. And develop sort of a toolkit, a repository of what works, and develop some measurement plans that can support you in the LCAP. And this is so important because your second year LCAP is built on your first year LCAP. So if you don't really understand what you achieved or what you can attribute the success to, it makes it very difficult to build on that. And all the districts, I think, are really being challenged because there's a new expectation. And as we talked about, teachers are not data people, they're not analysts, and so we need to build that muscle, and we want to be a partner with you in achieving that. And we think this partnership can move us closer in being able to do that. So we're very happy to discuss this with you this evening. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to the board now for questions or comments. Ron?
Yes, Oscar, there's no fiscal impact in signing this MOU, but you said there probably is going to be a cost involved somewhere?
No, there is no cost involved. The cost I referenced was the cost of acquiring data systems. So as you think about what tools do you need to be able to collect data, those are things that you have to consider.
Okay. And that's to be determined,
Yeah.
and the cost and all that, that will come as a separate item. And yeah, this is just a cooperation with each other. Good idea.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Frank?
Always concerned about data and who has it and how it can be used. Under the circle page 7 that talks about the confidentiality, talks about gathering, I think, student health data and recognizing there's HIPAA requirements and FERPA as well. What medical or health-related data are you gathering?
Well, we're currently not gathering any data. We wanted to reaffirm that data and confidentiality is a serious concern, and that we want to be mindful that we're in compliance with all of those regulations that govern student data. So we would not be looking at specific student data. We would be looking at de-identified data in the aggregate. So we wanted to make sure that you understood that the data that we're looking at is not linked to a particular student record.
Okay. Then on circle page 8, Roman numeral 1, it's neat you're using Roman numerals. And I'm taking a look at Roman numeral 1 and number 1. So you're providing technical assistance to the following groups related to the employment of school data to address truancy, school climate, and mental health issues, and other issues. Then it talks about Santa Rosa City School data staff. What data on our staff or our employees are you going to be looking for?
Again, part of entering into this agreement is to really support you in understanding what data do you want to look at, what are the issues that you want to address, and how can we help build some capacity around developing some interventions. So at this point, we haven't discussed looking at any data. It's really elevating our understanding of how do we use data, what is our upstream approach in terms of how we develop a strategy around data collection. For example, in the area of truancy, there's currently a program called Keeping Kids in School. It's a partnership between probation, upstream, we're developing the data system, and schools to be able to deploy specific interventions and looking at how are these interventions supporting kids, what's working, what isn't working. For example, we're providing some monetary supports to families for childcare, for vouchers. Are those the things that are helping to improve truancy? Is it counseling? Is it supports? So it's not that we have an intention to today look at data, but to actually help you understand what data you should be looking at to address a myriad of issues.
So what data would you be trying to collect when you talk about the Board of Trustees?
So when we talk about the Board of Trustees,
No, I think it's a misread.
Right,
Those
so-
are groups to talk to about data, not collect data from.
Right. There is to provide technical assistance or support training to these groups of people, not to get data from them. Letter B, or item B, that's data staff is Rick Edson's staff. It's not data about the staff, it's SRCS Rand Van Dyke staff. So, So it's to provide support, technical support, not to get data from you. Does that make sense? Okay.
I suppose so. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that.
Larry?
Yeah, that was a key clarification. So I think this is, especially as we build our community schools, I see the partnership as really fruitful because we'll be working as a team. And, we're trying to reach parents and bring them into the engagement of the school. And we've been trying to do that ever since education started. And now we have a chance to really look at different strategies and test the data and see what's working. So it's not, as you said, I forgot what you said. It's not that the data really shifts things is the way you look at things. So right. I think it's nothing but a fruitful partnership. I'm glad you're here to join us. Thank you.
Laura? Well, I think it is a great partnership, and I think that the collaboration and sharing will also provide us with some objectivity in terms of interpretation or new ideas and outlooks in terms of interpretation, because we have, you can sometimes look at data and make it work for you the way you want it to, but if there's objective sets of eyes looking at it, and the partnership provides that for the entire community, so that I think that's a win-win. So thank you for the report, and Frank, yeah.
May I ask one additional
Sure.
question?
Mm-hmm.
So under Roman numeral 1, number 4, it said provide limited GIS mapping of student demographics, school site, 20 data sets maximum. What is that?
So, for example, one of the things that we've talked about is using mapping to look at data. And to give you an example, we work with an organization called Social Advocates for Youth, where we actually mapped the portrait of Sonoma, and we mapped on this countywide map all of the sites of where they deliver services. So we would be doing the same thing for you if you wanted to look at for example, what's the FTE at particular school, what percentage are graduating. So it's a way to present the data in a different way that people can find more meaning from it.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much.
Wait, this is an action item.
I thought it was oh my goodness. Yes, it is. It's an MOU. So I need a motion.
I'd like to move approval of the MOU between Santa Rosa City Schools and Sonoma County Human Services.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
So that was moved by Director Gonzalez, seconded by Director Christoph. And roll call vote, please.
Director Gonzalez?
Aye.
Director Christoph?
Aye.
Director Pugh?
Aye.
President Jay?
Aye. Sorry about that, but we got it done.
Great, thank you so much. Look forward to working with all of you.
Great. Okay, now we move on to F2. I see where I made my mistake. We move on to F2. This is a discussion item. Best Plus, School Climate Transformation Grant Update.
Vice President Hanel, Superintendent Shields, members of the board. Tonight we'll be giving you an update on the School Climate Transformation Grant. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mariana Ayala, who is the Director of Student and Family Engagement and also is the lead for our grant.
Thank you very much and good evening. I'm going to scoot that closer. First off, I just wanted to acknowledge our Best Plus district leadership team. And two of those members are not here tonight. That's Lori Linus, who is our PBIS lead, and Carrie Berkowitz, who is the Restorative Practices lead. Patty Turner, Director CNI, myself, and Dr. Carlos Ayala of Sonoma State University. Okay. Purpose. Uh-oh. Okay. The purpose is to develop and enhance systems of support for schools, implementing an evidence-based, multi-tiered behavioral framework. Just a moment, please.
So the PowerPoint that is up is not actually the one you have in your packet. So we're actually going to not use the one on the screen. If you wouldn't mind following along in your packet, that would be most helpful. And we apologize for not having the other PowerPoint tonight.
Thank you for understanding. Okay. The purpose is what it says there, but also in a nutshell, it's a multi-tiered systems framework and relational approach, which establishes social culture, behavioral supports, and disciplinary responses, all that's necessary to build safe, caring, and effective learning environments for the entire educational community. The scope of the School Transformation Grant. In this current 2015-16 school year, 9 schools have begun implementation. Over the next 2 years, schools will begin implementation with district-wide implementation by 2019. Funding awarded, approximately $700,000 a year, and this provides K-12 professional development, coaching support and implementation guidance, and building of site leadership teams to build site outcome. Okay, we're caught up here. Cohort 1 schools. We have 9 schools, as was mentioned, 3 elementary schools, 4 middle schools, and 2 high schools. Best Plus team members, who are they? They're teachers, they're restorative practice specialists, they're counselors, they're family engagement facilitators, and administrators. And it all begins with shared norms, beliefs, values, and goals, and results that are agreed upon, processes and procedures that produce consistency in practice. Professional development and support. I'm ahead of you here. Okay, I'll slow down. Breathe. Okay. Services. We have our Best Plus trainings. School-wide information systems, or SWIS, implementation trainings, restorative practices trainings, on-site coaching, and team action planning. Tiered implementation inventory with site-on observations, and I skipped the SWIS data collection and drill-down analysis, very important, and district capacity assessment. Cohort 1 next steps. Build knowledge. Ongoing Best Plus meetings that occur monthly, ongoing restorative practices training, restorative circle trainings in the classroom, equity and social justice training, trauma-informed care and adverse childhood experiences training, wellness and self-care. Gather good data. Continue with the SWIS training, support for Best Plus teams using the SWIS data. And the great thing about the SWIS data that we collect is it's answering the who, what, why, when, where. with the most important emphasis being on why that behavior, what's really going on with that student. How can we use that data to build in interventions and support for student success? Cohort 2, timeline, January. By the end of January, we'll have our Cohort 2 schools selected. By the end of February 2016, we'll have the schools will select their Best Plus site teams. March through May of 2016, the Best Plus site leadership trainings will begin. June 2016, we'll have the entire team together for Best Plus site team training. August 2016, we'll have the Ed Camp for best practices by and for Cohort 1 and 2.
So I'd like to introduce Dr. Carlos Ayala, who is one of our community partners, external partners. Just as we talked about in our last presentation, the outside eyes and his expertise greatly helps as we are implementing our Best Plus teams.
What's really funny about this presentation and its location in your agenda is that it follows the presentation by Oscar and Diane about the use of data informing about students. This project is that project too. You have this fantastic grant opportunity to really transform your schools in different ways, and one of the key features is about using data for making decisions. The Swiss data, which is a school-wide information system, is going to be a tool that will be used at the school level by a team, a Best Plus team at a school site, to make decisions about which students need additional services, which students need additional support to be able to move them up a multi-tiered system of supports. This is cutting-edge stuff. Recently we went to the National Positive Behavior Implementation System conference, and we heard that about 100,000 schools in the U.S., 25% are using this system, and it's actually expanding at a very steep rate. And when we describe the kinds of activities that were occurring here at Santa Rosa City Schools, people were flabbergasted about how quickly we've been able to achieve the results that you have been able to achieve in this project so far. And we heard this from the key players nationally in this project. And part of the evidence that we talked about was this slide here. So one of the other pieces of data that's collected is that the teams at each school site complete an inventory. They actually says, has my team been created at school that includes an administrator, a teacher, a counselor, whatever those features are, and they self-rate themselves. And they do these inventories regularly to be able to track their progress. We present the results to them. They use that information then for action planning. So again, using good data to make decisions about what to do next. Here's this is the information that was collected at the last spring inventory, and we have the data for this year, but it's not ready to show here. We'll be showing you that data in February, but we see increases across the board in all these different areas in terms of implementation. And it was quite impressive to listen to the Best Plus teams at the last team meeting talking about looking at their data and using that for the decisions about what they're going to be able to do next. This sample of data, we'll have more for you in February, but this sample of data is the kind of information that the teams are using to help them decide what sort of things they need to do to move the project forward. One of the other things that we learned at the conference is the importance of moving deliberately, slowly, and with lots of pressure to make sure that this gets implemented within the schools. It's a changing of the culture at the schools where you actually begin using data on a routine basis to be able to make decisions about where to move next. I believe that this will be one of this idea of using the data will be one of the best practices that will eventually emerge during this decade of education coming forward. But there are some things that you need to consider.
That's it. I think in addition to what Carlos is saying with regard to using the data, I think the power, and we heard a lot about it tonight in a lot of the comments, is really with the site team made up of the site staff really determining the direction of their school. That true transformation, true change in climate will happen, and I say this a lot, but I really believe it will happen from the inside out. And it has to be within that site, with that staff, making those decisions based on data, based on evidence, that will create that change. And I think that is extremely powerful, and I can't tell you and thank the board enough for the support in the acquisition of this grant and its implementation. And so our last slide, of course, we have questions to consider. And so, here, Marianne, okay.
Questions to consider. How do we ensure site leadership teams are empowered to set the climates at their schools? What roles do parents, students, and the community play in determining the climate at their school? And how do we ensure through policy and practice our teams make evidence-based decisions?
I have to show you something that I think is very illustrative of the kind of work that you're doing in this grant. So we're going to go back to the other presentation, the top one right there. So this idea of a multi-tiered system of support, can you present it? So
Oh, sorry, sure.
Clearly.
You want it a little bigger? Of course.
So what's important about this is that this is a representation that kind of explains what's going to be happening at the site levels within the schools, right? So we're using Swiss data, using school climate data, using other information that's collected from the schools. The Best Plus teams at each school site will be managing and working with 80% of the students in the green area, right? They'll be working in this area where those students are receiving enough support to help them begin to move forward. But using that data, they use it regularly and they use it to analyze where students are. Some students are going to bubble to the top. Some students are going to be identified who will need additional levels of support. And so those are the students that might move into like a yellow level. And then there may be some students who move into a red level who actually need more additional supports. And so this idea of a multi-tiered system of support supported by data is what this Best Plus School Climate Transformation Grant is attempting to do. And this is what when I was referring to, this is going to be cutting edge education. This is what is going to happen. Collecting all those systems, putting them together, and using that data to make decisions.
Any questions that we may entertain?
Carlos, I think you bring up a great point. It's piggybacks our last presentation about data. And I think, Diane, what you said, it's really the teams that are going to determine the on-site presence and the viability and the buy-in of the staff. So I think as we go along, I think to measure that, I think as we take a look at the trainings, we get data on the trainings. How effective were the trainings? And I'd actually like to experience some of this so I get a better handle of what it is. And then secondly, if we're going to receive staff buy-in, I think we need to have surveys of the staff. In other words, are these best practices? Everything all right up there?
We were rocking out, sorry.
So, you're listening Louis Armstrong over me. That's terrible. All right. So anyway, So I think the more we can survey the staff as to the effect that BEST has on the school climate, the better off we'll get a handle of the effectiveness of the best practices on the total school and the classroom itself. What I'm understanding is that we're going to be able to see those students that need these supports, and that we'll be able to use the data to see what supports work and what supports don't work. But also, BEST is also, I think, a whole system of discipline, is it not, in the classroom and supports. And so that, I think, is also something that the staff is going to have to look at and going to have to welcome. And I think we need survey data as we move along to see how that's progressing and how they view the effectiveness of those procedures within their teaching situation.
In essence, what this tiered implementation inventory is, it's the BEST Plus teams evaluating themselves against the standard.
Right. Those are the teams, but then pretty soon it's going to expand to the whole staff,
Yes.
right? So we'll need surveys of the staff as to how it is implementing, because the teams are going to buy into it for sure. I mean, they're there, they're energized, they're receiving the training, and they're, I say, gung ho, they're ready to go. Where's the rest of the staff? That's the survey that I want to see come forward to, that data.
We actually have data like that already, Larry. We've collected observation data. Each one of the school sites was visited by someone who knows about the TFI, and they interviewed staff, they interviewed some students, and they asked questions. So you'll be able to get a snapshot in February of where the schools are based on these interviews that were done of students and staff at the actual school sites. Would that answer your question?
Perhaps are they random? Are they random?
They're
staff?
random.
They're random. Okay.
Thank you.
It should do it. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? No. Okay. I'd just like to say that cutting edge stuff is really good. But it's also change, and change is difficult for people sometimes. So I think one of the lessons we've learned, I certainly have learned, is slow and steady and constantly checking in. And but it's really exciting, and I'm looking forward to hearing back from you. Thank you. Okay, we move on to item F3, a discussion item on staffing and course enrollment update.
Thank you very much, President Jay, board members, Superintendent Shields. I'm going to provide an update on course enrollment and staffing. This is an important kind of beginning step as we look. In education, it's always this weird conundrum as a teacher and a site administrator. You're dealing with this year while in the back of your mind you're always prepping for the next. And this is this information that I'll present tonight and questions I answer is really about a discussion starting point with staff as we look and move forward in building master schedules for next year. I lost my clicker? The mouse. Oh, okay, thank you. Let's see, can I do it? There we go. So I started this discussion, and I'll go over this and try not to read to you, but I started this discussion with vice principals several weeks ago, site principals, and even counselors last week about what do we do, and what conversations need to be had to start looking at building master schedules for next year. And certainly, in all conversation levels, we realize that the staff is our most important resource. It is clearly the largest investment in our district. There are certain things, and when we've had discussions in the past about processes and trying to find the magic way to staff so that when kids come through the door on day one, they're ready to go and they don't have to be shuffled and we don't have to add, and we want them to start on day one ready to engage in their education. And we know that class size is an important factor on what staff members can do in their class. We hear about the impact of very large classes and the impact that has on a teacher's ability to help all students in that room. So really, starting this conversation early is about getting it as right as possible and as done right as early as possible for our students and our teachers. Just a couple of additional pieces of information here. The cost of one secondary section. This is primarily a secondary discussion. Is approximately $17,000, and 5 section is the equivalent to a full-time teacher, a full-time or 1.0 FTE. So current middle school course enrollment, and this is the area which you obviously know that I'm most familiar with, being a site administrator for many years, building master schedules. But we see that we have core classes and elective classes at each of our middle school sites that have enrollment less than 20. We also see at these same sites that we have classes with overages. So we know that overages cost us, to date, it was on the cover page, about $42,000 the last week when we collected the data on this. So really, we want to start looking at what can we do better to serve our schools and staff our schools so that we hit that spot where we have solid enrollment and we can, as much as possible, reduce the overages that we pay. Because the reality is overages are, I mean, that's a cost, but there's more than a monetary cost, because if I'm a teacher that is teaching, well over 165, that's a cost on me as a teacher and what I can really do to serve my students as well. At the middle school level, we don't see, there's no real trends at the middle school level. A lot of these, and knowing how middle school staffing goes, it's a moving target most of the time, as it is at all levels. However, most of these are likely due to, the enrollments being either above or below the projections. At the high school level, we see, they're larger schools, more students, more teachers, more courses, more requirements. But at each of the high schools, we have core classes and elective classes that have enrollment less than 20, and we also see courses that have overages at each of our sites. And so if you look at the information that's attached, you will see that there isn't necessarily one level of course or one core course or one particular department that is impacted by low enrollment or overages. We do have both math, most of the overages at the secondary level due to math and science. And science in our contract, we need to staff those lab science classes for obvious reasons at 33. So at the secondary level, we do have, especially when you're looking at like AP biology and other classes where we want students to be enrolled, and we're certainly not going to turn students away we want them to have access to those courses. So we see that we have overages in those areas. But we also see we have quite a few courses that are enrolled less than 20. And so that really kind of begs the question, what do we do? What discussions do we need to have to address those issues? I'm sorry about the light purple. It doesn't really work. But at the high school levels, we saw multi-level core and elective classes in the same section, meaning you might have an art class. I know at one of the high schools we have 3 levels of art in one class. And it's a low enrolled class of less than 20 students. But at the same time, we have other classes that are classes that we want to engage and increase enrollment in. I mean, we've had multiple discussions about having AP classes or IB classes of low enrollment. However, we want to encourage and still maintain those classes because we want access for our students across the city to those high-level courses. We also see low enrollment in elective and CET courses, again, with some multiple sections. So here's the other factors, and this is kind of the one that was the most interesting for me. Can't find my other slide. One second, sorry. These are things that happen in our district at the secondary level across the board that definitely have an impact on enrollment. And so the first one is TA, which is teacher's assistant. We've heard, through the years, I've heard them called TAs. IWEs, inside work experience, or student service is another way they show up in our system. And 7 through 12, you can see the number of students that are taking those TA courses or TA sections at class, teacher's assistant, in lieu of elective class. Free period. Obviously, our board policy allows for free periods for seniors, but we do have, various levels, but primarily at the senior level, we have kids taking free periods. Again, those students who have met their graduation requirements will have the necessary credits to graduate. In the second semester of their senior year, often take a free period. JC courses and other outside courses also are another options that our students have in our district. But all of those things take students out of classes that we offer on our campuses, classes that we would want them to take, classes that we're paying for as a district. And so that is, again, part of the discussion that we need to have moving forward is how do we deal with that? At the counselors meeting, when I was sharing this information, something came to light that I was unaware of. And again, my district experience is limited to San Rosa City Schools, which is something I'm very proud of. But one of the high school counselors said that at Anley High School, they don't give credit for JC courses that they actually offer at the high school. Which, I can understand is the rationale behind that is why am I going to give you credit to take a course somewhere else when I have a teacher here who teaches government or history or whatever that class may be on my campus where you can take it here with us. And that's not necessarily the case in our district. So we have things in place that give students options, and they're not bad options, but they're options that, have them make decisions on whether taking classes on our campuses with our teachers or elsewhere. And again, it has an impact on enrollment in classes and has an impact on staffing. Some of the other information I just included here, approximate impact of the 380 11th graders. If you divide that by 30 kids a section, that's 12 sections, about 2.2 teachers. The 1,235 12th graders either taking a TA, free period, JC course, or other course, is 41 sections or about 8 teachers. So I just put that in there just to illustrate the impact that has. And again, this is, and I'm not sure where I heard this. I think it might have been Socorro, but I'm not sure. But I'm presenting this data. I'm not saying it's good or bad. It is. It's an important center for a discussion when we move forward and talk about what is it we do as a district to encourage kids to take our classes, to increase the level or increase the number of students who are taking higher level courses so that we're ensuring access for all of our students to those high level courses. And also, what are things we're doing or not doing in this district, or what are we offering that maybe isn't necessarily something that's student driven? So if I go to the last slide, and I'm going to copy Diane here, questions. Really, this discussion moving forward has to be centered around some of these questions. What should drive our master schedules? When we at the secondary level build courses for our students to serve our students, they might be the driver. Anyone shouldn't answer these questions. I guess it's food for thought. But really, what should drive our master schedule building? And what systems do we need? And this could be, I was thinking about the student data system. There are other SI, and Rick, correct me if I'm wrong, where students can actually, from home, put in course requests and share their interests and allow schools to survey both parents and students through the internet. A novel idea. But what systems do we need to gather information to serve our students? What are the commitments we need to make as a district to ensure that all students have access to high-level courses and to a variety of courses to prepare them for college and career? And then, how do we maintain the balance of appropriate staffing and course offerings and overages? So those are conversations that we'll be having with site principals, with counselors. I shared this information again with the counselors. I gave this information to principals. A counselor from Maria Carrillo thought that the information was interesting and knew one of the departments at his site had actually started kind of having discussion themselves about, we see that we have low enrollment in certain courses. What do we do? What do we need to do as a department to increase enrollment in courses and increase student interest? So thank you so much. If you have any questions.
Questions from the board? Well, this got everybody going.
Comments?
Yeah, what comments do Larry? Laura, then Ron.
Go ahead, Frank. You had your hand up?
I'll go.
I think one of I think the report was very good. It gave us a great idea. You asked really good questions. I also have some questions too. On the 5th slide where you talk about free period, there's 614 seniors that have a free period. Is there any way to determine if these, my concern is that's probably, 614 is probably about 1 out of every 4 students who's a senior. Would that be about right? It'd be, or probably less than that, probably.
I was a history teacher, Frank, so I'm going to have to defer to the math or data people in the room.
Sure. But and yet I know we have students who are struggling entering college level courses at the community college and CSU and UC. And so my thought is, why are they having a free period if they aren't able to matriculate as a non-remedial student to a community college? Why is that going on? I That just kind of boggles my mind. I mean, we're talking about an English essay, and we're talking about a comprehension test, we're talking about math. And I just find it hard to understand that. This is not a personnel or human resources issue, I guess, but it makes me wonder how wisely we use student time in their senior year to prepare them to enter a community college. Interesting.
Ron?
It's a great question.
Yeah. Great questions need a great answer.
That's right.
Well, I will say I was rather surprised, Director Pugh, when I came to the district to see that there was free periods in the schedule and that it's actually board policy. And so I think it's something we should explore.
I agree.
Well, there's an answer, board policy. Ron?
Thank you, Jason. This is very interesting. I think I see you down there.
I'm too large to hide behind that, so.
I have an image in my mind. It's all good. This is the kind of stuff I think we could, spend a lot of time talking about a lot of different things here, but I'm going to focus on one thing. When I was at Pioneer High School before Santa Rosa High School, I coached students on AP U.S. Government and Politics and Comparative Government and Politics for about 3 or 4 years on the side. We did not have an AP class. And then I was approached by administration to create an AP class. I said, I don't think we have that many students that really would take the class or would have the qualifications to, free access. But really, there's a certain level of you have to have a certain academic level and a certain drive to take a class like that. They said it didn't matter. Let's see how many we can enroll. I think the first year we had 11, then we had 13 for the next 2 years. And I said, on the condition that this will not affect the class ratios of the other social science classes, I will teach this class. I came before the board and it said, I'll be doing this, but really, if you're going to be taking this out of the department ratio, I've got a problem with that. I don't want to do that, because it impacts my, my colleagues' classes. I think it's a great idea to be able to offer AP or whatever the class is all through our district. But I also think that it really does impact the other teachers when I see an AP course or whatever the course with 11 or 13 or 15 in that class. Is it possible for us to go back to that policy where we subsidize those classes because we had a particular intent? And could we possibly use supplemental funds to do something like that?
I think I actually was just writing down a thing posted. I always have a pile, but I think that some of these courses are actually subsidized through other funding, and they're usually the ones on the other end of the spectrum. So some of the AVID classes, some of the sheltered English. When you look at this list, you don't see as many courses that are low for struggling students. So we are, in effect, by offering these classes, we are subsidizing them because they're paid for out of base dollars. These other ones, the cost is cut by other supplemental dollars. So again, like EIA or Title I for some of the lower edge kids, or the more struggling students. But when I look at this, one of the things that isn't practiced, and I had a teacher come up to me one of the math days that they were talking about their math curriculum, and she said, I teach freshman math for students who have struggled, and I have this class size, I forget what it was. But we don't, if you see in here, we don't have small class sizes in those classes. Not by choice, not by practice, not by policy. And so I think those are the type of trade-offs we have to talk about, because those would be base dollars. They could potentially be supplemental LCAP dollars, potentially, depending how we look at them, depending which students are in there, and if we can track the investment that way. But right now, we are subsidizing a lot of these classes with lower class size, and it may be intentional, it may not be intentional, and that's part of the discussion today. If we want to look at really thinking about intentionally where our dollars go, we could look at this lens again. How many of these classes under this below 20 are advanced classes? How many are CTE classes? How many are for English learners? And then where is the money coming from? Are those base dollars? Are those other types of dollars? I mean, that's kind of the next step of questions we could be asking about these classes.
Is it possible to take a look at a school where we say it's desirable because of the percentages that we have under the LCAP, to be able to say, at this school, we can subsidize this particular course because it fits within our, within the LCAP plan. In other words, maybe we don't subsidize, let's say, AP Government at Carrillo or San Jose High School, but maybe we do at Pioneer and at LC Allen, for example. Could we do something like that?
I think we can start gathering the data to make those exact decisions so that we're doing things with intention and we're not just looking at it after the fact and being like, oh, look, this is how it shook out. I think those are the next layer of questions. Yes, we can look at data. We can make it more site-based and look at some of that analysis at a more integral level to make those decisions on purpose ahead of time versus after the fact.
Okay, so that would be a site-based decision.
Well, it could be, or it could be a board decision that we are going to invest dollars these way. Right now, we have LCAP dollars that are both district-driven, like it's going to happen everywhere, and then sites have independent dollars to think about how they invest those dollars. So it could be either or, depending on the priority that it's given.
Larry?
That was an interesting question about that, Ron. The problem with carrying classes, it's a huge we had a scheduling committee. It's a huge complex issue. But the reality is each school gets so many sections, and whenever you're carrying a section under 20 or low enrollment, someplace there's going to be a bubble someplace else, and it ends up in classes of 35, 36, 37, sometimes 40. You also have the issue of counselors. Kid signs up for this, and then he doesn't like this, so then you shift him, and then it shifts over to this class, and it bubbles more and more. So that's another issue. And I think we really need to take a very close look at offerings that are low. Sometimes you might have a drama teacher or a chorus teacher that's carrying a cappella with, say, a small number, but you have, she has 60 or something, or he has 60 at the low number, and that's an exception. But yeah, low enroll courses really need to be looked at, and we need to look at our whole, career tech. If those numbers are too low, then, are they really viable? Because it just means swelled numbers someplace else, and if students aren't attending, then it's not really working. So yeah, some tough decisions and a lot of work needs to be done, because we don't want overages, we don't want high class size. We basically have the highest class size in the nation. We might be 49th now, but we have the most diverse population, so we got to do everything we can to lower the class size.
Laura, do you have a question?
I had a couple questions, and I don't know if I missed something and stepped out at the beginning when you were speaking, but one thing that would have been helpful for me, I think, is like on the last page with the overages, it would have been helpful to see what classes, speaking about the secondary classes, what classes they are and how many over, because overage can mean from one kid to, I don't know, however, 40 kids in a class, right? So that would have been helpful, I think, to see that. And then I'm a little bit confused so when I see a class that has a low enrollment, like there was one here somewhere that was 2 kids, yes, I think it was at Santa Rosa High, in the drama. So I'm assuming, though, that's they're in another class, right? That it's a class that has a couple sections? Is that true? Because then I see other classes where there is a slash, but there's not a slash here, so I'm...
So when we when we had this report created, we really, when you see a slash, it really divides them by period. So that's what indicated to me in the report, that if it said, for example, I'm just finding one here, Art 3P / Art 2P, 2 different courses offered within the same period. So if it just has one course name, that is one course offered that period by that teacher. And there could, I mean, again, this was something that our own IT department created for us so that we could start looking at these. So, I mean, that's something I can certainly double check, but we wanted to make sure it was written so that when we had the same, because that is common, we have multiple things in one course, multiple courses in one period.
Right.
And so we tried to indicate that I tried to indicate it by putting the slash.
Okay, because then I am confused, like, why would we have a class with 2 kids? And what does that mean? And, you know, and then the other thing too is wondering, are some of these classes, are any of them, what do I want to say, like rotating? You know, like I was wondering about the, I think it was the Cassie English Prep, and there weren't that many kids in there. I can't remember where I saw it. Is that oh, here it is at LC Ellen. There's 9 kids. Is that a full year-long course? Is that a semester course? And do kids rotate out of there?
They would have in the past, but that class is actually transitioning because of the Cassie no longer giving the Cassie. So some schools, no, at all schools, it is a rotation, depending on when you pass the Cassie.
Okay.
But most sites are rolling that section into doing something else, some other course.
Oh.
And then elective courses are often by semester. In the middle school level, they're by year.
Okay. And then other things like classes like U.S. history at a couple of schools are kind of low enrolled, but that's a required class. So, I mean, it's just one of those things where somehow it just doesn't work out that it's in that period. But the 5th period class has a gazillion kids, and this one has 17, and it just seems weird to me that with a required class, that you get such a low number of kids.
But remember, by our policy, they don't have to take those classes here.
So
it could be, again, we don't have enough data, but they could be taking that requirement, fulfilling it at the JC. Because they don't have to take it here, they have to take it, but we count those classes and we weight them for graduation.
Okay. And then the question that Director Pugh brought up about the free period, is that, because I had noticed that too, and actually I remember my younger daughter's senior year, and it was kind of a disaster, but there was, I think she had a couple of free periods, and I just kind of threw up my hands at that point. But these could be at any point in the day. They're not necessarily like, you know, the student is done by 3rd period and they go home. So, I mean, it just seems to me kind of a liability. You have kids hanging out. They're not required to be in a class. Where are they and what are they doing? Again, that seems like a big liability to me, but.
You bring up excellent questions that I think we must address. I think Director Pugh brought up something that is near and dear to my heart, and that is our teachers are great teachers. We have great classes. I want them in our classes. I want them taking advanced math in our classes. I want them taking U.S. history in our school. Sometimes there's options where you do need to take classes outside of the high school, but I think our current system actually promotes that. And so those U.S. history classes that you're seeing that are low, it's because they can take it somewhere else in a semester and get the year-long credit for it. And so we will continue to see, I believe, these kinds of numbers if we don't take a look at some of our own policies and practices.
Because, like, especially with these kids with a free period, as Director Pugh pointed out, I'm going to assume that not all of them are up to speed and where they need to be on everything. Why aren't they kind of funneled into not anymore, but like the Cassie English prep class, or math, or something where they have some deficiencies?
Right. Well, they could, by our rate requirements right now, they could be finished with their mathematics, let's say, once they've met the Algebra 2 requirement, and not take any further math. It could open up a
And they could
period.
have their credits, right? So that
They
they're not
could.
deficient in credits,
They
so they
could.
have
They
this
could.
senior year with a bunch of holes in it.
You're right. But you look at our world languages, I mean, I think it would be beautiful if we could encourage them to continue to take their third year of world language, the fourth year of world language. I think those are things that enrich kids and prepare them, along with CTE courses. Take that third year CTE, take that fourth capstone class if you started as a freshman. Those are all things that will benefit students, and I think they'll enter the JC or college or the work world in a better way.
Because, I'm sorry, I had to have one more. Because this is obviously bugging me, that these kids, seniors with, I'm assuming seniors, for the free period, and they have done their minimum requirement, they have their 2 years, and they have their whatever, but I mean, you and I know that they're probably not really prepared to do anything, and it seems incumbent on us to counsel them and to talk to them. I mean, whatever their goals are, I mean, if they want to go into an apprenticeship, let's say, with a local union,
Exactly.
they're going to need more than that. I mean, what are their goals? And that seems to be a good time to be talking to some of these kids, because I mean, I know my own child was supposed to be in a job, right? Internship, which didn't really exist anywhere. But I don't know. It just seems, again, a big liability. Kids with nothing to do who've done the minimum, and have these free periods while still at school, and I don't like it.
Yeah, well, we would love to bring forward this change in policy. I think that there's going to need to be education, though, because this is going to be a real change to what parents and students have done for a while in this district. And so I think we need to inform and educate, and I think as a board, you certainly give us direction in terms of where we'd like to go with this policy.
Larry, you have another question?
Question. You can take a semester class at the JC, say in English, and get a whole year credit?
A three-semester class, let's say, for a history, that's equivalent, 3 units, sorry, did I say 3 year?
Yeah.
Three-unit class at the JC or college would be fulfill 10 credits at the high school level.
Okay, so we really need to look at that, because let's say your senior year in English, it's a literature-based course, okay? Now, not all the JC English courses are literature-based.
No.
So we should not be letting our kids out of that enrichment of the high school English course to go to the JC. That's just an off-the-cuff observation. Thank you.
I agree that we have the classes here too, but it's a matter of dollars. It's our budget. We're letting dollars walk out of our district. And we need to take a look at that. I agree with everything that's been said up here so far. The TA situation to me is, I couldn't agree with more with Laura. Because, the TA checks in at the beginning of the class, as far as I understand, and sometimes they say, but a lot of times they don't. So where are they? What are they doing? The JC courses, I like the idea what Annalee is doing. If the JC is offering something that a student can't get at our school, and they can get it at the JC and they need it, well, that's great. But if our school is offering it, and I had, by the way, 2 children who did this stuff, and they didn't do it because they were going to the JC to have a better class. They took the course at the JC because it fit into their schedule better, or the course they felt at their school was tougher. So they're constantly with the eye on the GPA, and I think that, again, we have dollars marching out of our district, but also we have great teachers, and we offer great courses here, and I think we need to look at that policy. I do think we're going to get a lot of pushback from parents, because they're going to come in here and say exactly what I just said, say it's always been offered and my child needs it. But I think it's time we do this. These are precious dollars that we could be giving to teachers in terms of raises, or we could have more teachers. I think that this slide number 5, other factors, shows that there's just a world of improvement that we could do here. So I'd like to see some of these changes come back to us in forms of looking at our policies and see how we can change them to benefit our district. And I'd also like to see, Socorro, what you talked about, where the breakdown of these class enrollment numbers of under 20, where are they coming from? Where are those classes? What are the concentration of those classes?
I've made a note of that too, and that'll be information that I could get back to the board through an update.
Yeah, because that's really important in terms of the level of courses, where the funding comes from, and I completely agree with Ron. It's like we know we have schools where we're not going to get 25 kids in an AP class. But in terms of equity, we need to have those classes offered at those schools. And if there's a different funding source for it, then we can do that. Even if it's not, we can make it a board policy, say that this is what our priorities are. But these are some really important questions that we need answers to.
So we'll bring back both data and board items for first discussion. I'm sorry, not board items, board policy. So you can look at the language and talk about suggestions you might want us to make, because those won't be driven by CSBA models, right? Those are locally created. So we really need to talk about the language that you still want to discuss, more ideas you have, and we'll bring those forward as discussion items in the future.
And you're going to discuss that with cabinet too, Socorro? I mean, with the principals?
Yes, but you might want to discuss it first, so we understand the parameters of our own discussions.
Good report. Thank you. We'll see you again on that one. Now we'll move on to F4, discussion item on career technical education.
Good evening again, President Jay, members of the board. We are going to present a career technical education update, and I introduce to you Director Bettini.
Thank you. I am pleased to provide the board with an update on our career technical education programs that we offer throughout the district. As you can see, the state is continuing to support career technical education programs, which is actually evident through the development of the California Career Technical Education Incentive Grant, which is a state initiative that has the goal of providing students with the knowledge and skills necessary to transition to employment and post-secondary education upon graduation. The purpose of this $900 million grant is to encourage new CTE programs and enhance and maintain existing CTE programs during the implementation of our local control funding formula. As you can see by the grid on the screen, there is a matching requirement that is determined through a ratio formula. For the first year of the grant, the district will need a match of $1 for every $1 received from the state. So for example, in order to receive a $500,000 grant from the state, the district would need to provide a match of $500,000. Over the course of the 3-year grant period, the amount of overall CTE incentive grant funding available from the state actually decreases. So therefore, again, in the grid, you can see in year 3, to receive a $250,000 grant from the state, the district would need to provide a match of $500,000. When determining the district's match, we can look at our existing funding sources that we currently utilize on our CTE programs. That could include anything ranging from CTE teacher salary, administrator salary, and our support staff salary specifically dedicated towards career technical education services. We could also consider bond measure expenses related to career technical education, any equipment or supply funding that we dedicate to our programs, any professional development opportunities we provide our CTE teachers, and we could also use our existing agriculture incentive grant funding, which we receive from the state, as well as our Carl D. Perkins grant funding that we receive yearly as well.
So I'd like to bring your attention to the front of the board item, the board report sheet. When we initially began exploring this incentive grant application, we had initially determined it would be about $159,000 that we would apply for. In thinking about that and looking at the list that is before you in terms of what we could do in in-kind match, Director Patini and I just thought, well, you know what, there has to be a little bit more that we can apply for.
I would think so.
Yeah, and so when we look at that list, our in-kind and support to our CTE programs is about $1.2 million. And so in actuality, that's what we could apply for. We want to be somewhat aware of the potential of some possible closures of programs. Just some different things could happen. And so we feel very comfortable, and we've talked with business about this, in actually applying for $950,000. And so not quite the 1.2, just to give us a little cushion, but actually we are going to apply for $950,000. So we wanted to address that and note that in this change.
Excellent.
Thank you. The district's average daily attendance determines the funding eligibility. Based on our ADA, which is a little over 10,000, our district falls into the eligible funding category where most of the other districts throughout the state will as well. Therefore, even though we can provide a match of $950,000, it doesn't necessarily mean that we will actually get a grant award of $950,000. And so right now, what that looks like is part one of the application is due on November 30th, and essentially the CDE will be using all of the applications throughout the state to establish eligibility and the level of funding available to each applicant. Part two will be based on the applicant's plan to offer high-quality CTE programs. And if you look at circle page 4, it actually outlines the 11 elements of a high-quality CTE program, which is really a driving force of this grant funding. In addition, they're looking at, the CDE is looking at demonstration of matching funds and sustainability of the grant 3 years after the completion of the grant period. As you know, we've been working on linked learning implementation throughout the district, and through the Northern California Career Pathways Alliance, the Sonoma County Office of Education is working with our district to support our linked learning initiatives. And again, linked learning is an approach to education that really integrates your academic core and your career technical education courses together to create integrated curriculum, projects, things of that nature, while also embedding work-based learning opportunities and student support services. Specifically through the NCCPA, SCO is actually providing support at Montgomery High School in their Green Technology program, at LC Allen High School specifically at their Public Safety and Ag Mechanics program, and then at Pioneer High School in the Geospatial Technology and Health Science and Biotechnology program. In addition to the work that we're doing regarding linked learning implementation through the NCCPA, Santa Rosa City Schools is also providing support around this initiative. At the It's About Time training that we had this summer, It's About Time training too, we had several linked learning workshops, so a Linked Learning 101, we had one about like an introduction to interdisciplinary projects, performance assessments, things of that nature. Most recently, we had a Linked Learning Institute, which was actually a 3-day institute where teacher teams came from LC Allen High School, Santa Rosa High School, and Lawrence Cook Middle School to really design an integrated project. And what's exciting about that is they're going to provide me with an outline, which I could share with other teachers of what that project looked like, what that entails, and so teachers can get a sense of what it would, what an integrated project would look like, and then also they're going to teach it during the school year as well. In addition to the items that I just discussed, we're also continuing our work on the development of articulation agreements with the Santa Rosa Junior College, where students can actually earn college credit in their existing high school CTE courses through a credit by exam process. Circle pages 7 and 8 show both countywide and district credit by exam outcome data. And the district is working with the SRJC to again expand articulation agreements in the area of agriculture, specifically focusing on floriculture, culinary arts and hospitality, public safety, and health science. We are also continuing to work with the Sonoma County Office of Education to seek A through G approval for our CTE courses. Circle page 9 provides a list of Santa Rosa City Schools A through G approved CTE courses for your review. In addition to the courses that are on our approval list, We are currently exploring seeking A through G approval with our food and nutrition course, which is currently taught at Marie Curie High School and Santa Rosa High School. And I will continue to work closely with SCO to seek A through G approval on our CTE courses where it's appropriate. In regards to CTE program offerings, we know that career technical education programs prepare students for a wide range of careers and post-secondary opportunities. The 11 elements of high-quality CTE programs really provide a solid framework for the key indicators of a successful CTE program. At our last CTE department chair meeting this week, we actually looked at what the state identifies as a self-review tool that really takes the 11 elements of a high-quality CTE program and breaks it down to where a CTE program could actually do a self-review on how they're doing. And so as a team, we looked at that document, and what the CTE department chair people are going to go ahead and do is they're going to take it back to their sites and really discuss with the other CTE teachers really what areas we're doing really well in, and then what areas we have where there is potential for growth. And then in January, during our next CTE department chair meeting, we're going to, again, look at that work that was done at the site and really dive in a little bit deeper to really drive our work district-wide in the area of CTE. In addition to the 11 elements, we're also going to continue to look at industry and workforce needs in our region to really identify what type of programs, offerings we are providing our students. And like all of the other programs and courses that you just heard of in the last report, student interest and enrollment trends are also a big factor in our course offerings. And circle pages 10 through 11 provide 2013 through 2015 enrollment data for your review. In closing, I have questions as well. It's the trend this evening. What other information or training would the Board of Education like to have on the CTE incentive grant, the Northern California Career Pathways Alliance, or Link Learning? And then when considering the 11 elements of a high-quality CTE program, how will the Board of Education ensure that CTE programs are industry-aligned and student outcome focused? Thank you.
Thank you for a good report.
Thank you.
But to your two bullets, I would almost suggest there be a third, and that is I would like to know where we are with incorporating trade unions into our apprenticeship programs into our district. And the second bullet on page 3, when you talk about the 11 elements of a high-quality program, I would really encourage us to work with advisory committees.
Yes.
Since we have culinary arts programs, you have a culinary arts advisory committee that could provide advice. That would be extremely helpful to the instructor, I would think, because they can provide resources from out of the domain of what's in the school district, as well as training opportunities and mentoring opportunities for students. But we haven't had much success, I don't believe, in the past with creating advisory committees, but I think they're useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry.
Laura, you're, well, I'll go ahead.
Sure.
So can we use these monies for supplementing class size, low class size, like geospatial, say, if it's a low class size? Can we use these dollars?
Because this is one-time money, this grant is really, well, one-time, like 3 years. It ends. And so I really think we need to look at capital improvements. Okay. I think one of the suggestions that we could think of right off the top of our heads, and I know we have to talk about all this with, our staff if we get the grant, but the greenhouse at Santa Rosa High School really needs to be redone. So we have current programs with needs that I think we need to take a look at. Okay. And I think that's where the advisory committees, our own advisory committees, will be much helpful. I know that in the past we depended on a much broader, bigger advisory through SCO, and Debbie and I have been working very carefully and closely about, we really want our own advisory committees with our people and our industry folks guiding our program. So that's what our initial thinking is when we are awarded the grant.
Be also interesting to track students after graduation We've talked about doing that and follow them through. Do they go on to school? Do they go into a trade? Do they get, and be interesting, like how many students actually use culinary arts? How many use the various courses? Not that that necessitates the learning, but it would be good to know.
I think that it's a data night, and I think that the data that we get from Workforce Investment, Economic Board, where we're looking at trends, I think is hugely important. The other thing is, if you remember, we've implemented Naviance, which is an online system that will track that exact kind of information that you're talking about.
And then we also do tracking with our CTE students in regards to what they're doing after they leave Santa Rosa City Schools through our Perkins reporting data. So essentially, we reach out to all of our graduates and we ask them questions in regards to if what they're doing, maybe what they're studying at their post-secondary institution, is related to the CTE program that they took at our high school, or are they working in an industry that's related to an industry sector that they focused on at our high school. And so we do track that data to some extent. However, I do agree with Associate Superintendent Kitamura that we definitely can look at other ways to track additional data and beyond just the 1 year that we do it currently through Perkins.
Thank you.
Frank?
Nice report, too.
Thank you.
I'd like to just follow up a little bit what Larry was saying. He was talking about, do they actually use the skills developed? And I think, we have to be careful with what that really means, because I'd have to ask the question about why are so many students not matriculating into college-level math and English?
Right.
And because the numbers aren't good for our district in this regard. About 50% are not prepared to take college-level English and college-level math when they come to the junior college. So if we're going to hold a yardstick up to career technical education, then I need to do the same for other programs in the district as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I think, too, we cannot forget about the soft skills. That is something that career technical education prepares, and I don't know that there's a measure or a matriculation for that, but it's hugely important, the soft skills.
Ron?
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
Laura, please, go ahead.
It's getting late for me, so I'm getting, a little punchy.
Okay, my question is primarily process, and I've asked this, or I've thought about this before. We're looking at a discussion item. However, if you were saying you don't have a specific amount that we're going to be applying for, and so we apply for this grant, we receive the grant, and my intentions are to see a bolstered CTE program and STEM. We've talked about this in our strategic plan. It was a part of the bond description. I'm in favor of, a robust discussion that would include, of course, the department chairs and teachers and parents and the community. That's a part of it. But when I look at this as a discussion item, I go, well, it's not exactly free money. We've got a 1-to-1 matching, to start with, and then we've got a 1.5 matching and then a 2. And hopefully it'll be money well spent, but we have a lot of other priorities. So when we have this discussion, is this a commitment to taking the grant money? Because this has happened before. Should this not be an action item, is what my question is.
Well, you can see we got the letter on the 27th, and the deadline is when the deadline is. So if the board tells us to not go forward and apply for it, we won't. But we want to tell you about the opportunity and the opportunity to leverage the dollars. Could we ultimately, and I think as Debbie said, this is competitive dollars. We don't even know that we'd get it. But if we went through the level 1 and level 2 of the application process, got, say, $600,000, could you decide then to decline the money? Yes, you could decide to decline the money. But right now, we need to tell you to even get to meet the first deadline of the application process so that we can move forward. And again, we just got it at the end of October. So, the timeline is what the timeline is from the state for applying for these dollars.
Okay, my question is essentially, I don't know how the other board members feel, but I'm just thinking to me, it's a commitment, it's an action. So maybe it's a technicality, but, you know, if we're saying, you know, this is a good idea in a discussion, we're saying apply for that grant, and it would be very difficult to, you know, go back and say, no, we don't want that money, you know, so.
Well, but you
We've
can,
done
actually,
it.
you can.
And we've done it
Once the
before.
grant, if we are awarded, if we are lucky enough to be awarded a grant, we can not accept it. We can accept a portion of it. We don't even have to, let's say.
So that would come back as an action item then?
Right, the acceptance of the grant.
But excuse me, but the matching funds is
It's in
coming-
kind.
It's in kind.
Yeah.
So that 1, 1.5, and 2 is really in kind. We already spend
Exactly.
anyway in the district. So
Exactly.
There's no
Exactly.
additional funding cost of the district. It's already money we spend.
Correct.
We can use bond money, I would think, for
Well,
capital
let's not
improvement.
talk
Yeah,
about bond money.
what we calculated was based on what we currently spend for CTE, the 1.2.
That would be salaries, materials,
Yes, yes.
equipment.
Training,
Yes.
Perkins, these other grants we get, leveraging that.
Say that, okay, yeah. We have options after.
Laura, was there something you wanted to say?
If I remember. Well, Frank did my first one. He said my first one. I've been on the board for 8 years now, about 8 years, and I have been beating this drum for almost all those 8 years about trade unions. And I still don't see any partnership with trade unions, and I just don't understand. It's a disservice to our students. We have, in our backyard, we have trade unions who offer apprenticeships. Right after high school, if kids can pass a test, like with IBEW, a math test and so forth, they can get into paying apprenticeship programs. And we have been very friendly with some other groups that provide no apprenticeship programs. And I just don't understand. I don't understand. And again, I've been beating this drum for 8 years. We have carpenters here, we have, and again, IBEW. I know these people and I know about their programs, and that's why I have tried to kind of be a conduit here, but it's not happening. And again, this is very distressing to me because it is in our backyard. Kids can graduate from high school into an apprenticeship, a paying apprenticeship program. And why we don't utilize that or prepare our students for that, I just don't understand. So in case you didn't get the gist,
I actually heard you loud and clear when I first came to Santa Rosa City Schools. And I can tell you, we initiated meetings with a number of the people that you've all suggested. We are more than willing and waiting for them to come back and do the programs that they say they will do at some of our sites. In particular, we had one set up for Ridgeway to begin a electrical? I can't recall. To begin the apprenticeship process. And so we are right there waiting for the ball to come back. So I can assure you, we've had conversations, we've got planned, we've talked to principals, we want to get them in the sites. I don't know, Director Briatini, if you can add any further to that, but.
Absolutely, as you, I'm sure you know, there was the recent apprenticeship week. And so we actually, through our College and Career Day, I was able to get connected with another apprenticeship affiliation, and I was able to connect our college and career counselors to them. And so our college and career counselors went to their training, went to go see the new facility, and was raving about it. And so they're looking at ways to bring that component into our college and career centers and provide those opportunities as well. So through the college and career centers, and then continue exploration through our CTE connections and programs, that's definitely something that we see as a value and will continue to explore.
Because I haven't spoken to my contacts recently, but before, I know that they kind of told me the same thing, like, well, we're waiting, this isn't going anywhere. But that was a while ago. That hasn't been recently. I just recently had need for an electrician in my home, and if you have had to call anybody, it's expensive. And from what I've read, the trades, the average age for people in the trades is like now in the mid-50s. So they need replacements, and where are they going to come from? And these are good-paying jobs, and we're going to end up paying way more for electricians and plumbers and so forth than we are now.
Absolutely.
Because they won't be around. There just won't be that many of them.
Absolutely.
And my other question is, I'm not really I don't really understand a couple of the pathways that we have. And then you made a comment about trends, county trends and so forth in terms of jobs, right? So I'm just curious about, for instance, culinary arts and child care, right? And I don't fault these, and students find them interesting and want to take them and so forth. That's, I have no issue with that. My question, though, is really, are these pathways that lead to decent paying jobs? Because my understanding is, very few people go on to be Guy Fieri. And so culinary arts, I'm just curious, how does that translate after students graduate? And childcare is even worse. I mean, we pay so much lip service to children and how much children, our future childcare workers, earn, a dismal wage. So I'm just curious, I don't even know what my question is really, but how do we go about choosing these, and how do we know, are we preparing students to, is this just something that's interesting and fun, but is it really going to result in some kind of career after high school?
So the culinary, and first let me say, I think you bring up exactly the kinds of questions that we need to be asking about all of our programs, and in particular our CTE programs with the elements that Director Bertini was talking about. It does so happen that the Sonoma Best, which is one of the workforce agencies, does talk about hospitality and tourism as one of the industries in Sonoma County. Now, what I don't have the information for right here is what that translates into in terms of livable wages and making a decent living, because we don't want to have kids be trained, go through our courses and then be dishwashers or those kinds of things. In terms of the child care, Director Bertini might be able to answer that a little bit more. I looked at it more as child development, but maybe you could address that.
I could see where maybe, because it does say careers in education, so maybe it's a stepping stone. But, when I see child care, I wasn't sure if that is for child care, or is if that's, again, just kind of being around kids and learning how children learn.
Certainly. So I want to first, before I address the child development courses, really, I guess, does address the child development courses. As we're looking at industry needs and we're trying to prepare kids for high wage, high need, high demand jobs, we want to look at reconfiguring, if we can, our existing pathways. And so in the area of culinary arts, as Associate Superintendent Kitamura spoke to, we now have our capstone course that has a hospitality element embedded into it. And then our culinary arts teachers actually just became certified. So they went through the certified tourism ambassador training. And so, they're exploring reconfiguring that pathway in that sense and providing students a broader range of opportunities within that sequence of courses. Same thing goes for the child development courses at Elsion High School. I believe it was a couple years ago, we made the recommendation to the board to reconfigure that pathway so it's more of an education focus. So it really addresses, there is a teacher shortage and in all areas, and we're really, again, looking to prepare students for livable wages and livable careers.
Thank you. And I understand that this is my lack of knowledge, and that's why the culinary
You're
arts.
fine.
My
It's okay.
understanding is very limited, but just my feeling, and so that's why I was asking these. But
Great question.
I do appreciate this, and it's very important. I think it's a really important aspect because I think so many students really need this sort of stuff, as Mr. DeWitt pointed out earlier. This is sometimes for a lot of kids, what keeps them in school.
Right.
And certainly, I would hope that in terms of the core classes, that you could have English and so forth with some kind of focus maybe that helps those kids see how it applies to what they're interested in, right?
And that's exactly what the linked learning approach is really focusing on, connecting our existing CTE courses with our existing core academic courses to really make that, meaningful and relevant learning. And so that's something else that we're exploring as well. Thank you.
Superintendent Shields.
I want to reiterate that the focus from the board in terms of looking at the advisory committees, and I know this is something Debbie and Diane have already begun focusing on, but that really is critical. Some of the work, for example, that the Economic Development Board is doing in terms of looking at the literally open positions, how much they pay, and then kind of backwards mapping. If this is literally the job that is open in the community, what do students need to do? And thinking about how they could qualify for those jobs, again, that are middle class jobs that are open here in our community. I think that'll be critical as we talk to partners really focused on our own pathway trends. What does that look like right here? What do we need to be teaching? It is how we got kind of the elevated shift from child care to child development, leading to an education pathway rather than just child care. Maybe someone would still want to go into that, but even if we're going to do that, like they're beginning to do at Elsie Allen with the culinary, then what's the entrepreneurial classes you need to take to be the business owner, to be the decision maker, to be the one kind of running the business, whether it be in culinary or whether it be in the childcare industry. So just elevating the opportunities that we have for students so they're prepared for the next step.
Thank you. I have one speaker card here from Serena Shapiro.
Hi, thank you. I'm speaking about action item, or I guess discussion item, the College and Career Day District Showcase.
Oh, then we want, that's the next one up.
That's what I
So
thought.
after we get the presentation, I will have you speak.
Okay.
And I also have a card from Art Horner on the same topic, right? Great. Okay, so let's move on to, everybody's done with this? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very
Thank you
good.
very much. Thank you. Thank you.
F5, College and Career Day, District Showcase update.
One more report from us. So tonight we are presenting to you an update on the College and Career Day and the District Showcase. We're going to do them separately. First, we're going to talk about the College and Career Day, and then we'll talk about the Showcase. So just as a reminder, as a part of the LCAP, and under Goal 1, that one of our actions is really around providing college and career activities to promote and support college and career readiness. And so one of the investments in the one listed here is really to put on a College and Career Day, which we've done our second one, as well as put on a district-wide showcase.
The second annual Santa Rosa City Schools College and Career Day was held at the Sonoma County Fairgrounds in October, and the goal of the event was to increase awareness of post-secondary and career opportunities, support a college-going culture throughout the district, and assist students and their parents and guardians in making informed decisions aligned to their college and career goals. Over 4,000 5th, 8th, and 11th graders attended the event throughout the day. And in the afternoon, the event was open to all Santa Rosa City Schools students and families, as well as the community. Attendees had the opportunity to engage with over 50 post-secondary, business and industry, and organization professionals, participate in mock job interviews, attend presentations led by experts in the field, experience a variety of interactive displays, and learn more about various post-secondary options. And again, when we say post-secondary, we're really referring to 4-year, 2-year technical schools, everything under that umbrella. On circle pages 6 through 9, you can find a list of our partners that participated in the event and the variety of workshops that were available for students and parents to attend. The College and Career Day was advertised through multiple media outlets. In addition, good night. So as I was saying, the event was advertised at multiple media outlets. Information was available on the district website about the event. We also publicized the event via print and radio campaign. Circle pages 10 and 11 actually show you an example of a print advertisement that ran in the Press Democrat that we used to inform the public about the event. We also ran print ads in La Voz and Family Life. Coordinator Evans and I also completed an interview on KBBFA to promote the event. And we sent save-the-date cards to all Santa Rosa City Schools families, which included incoming kindergartners and excluded outgoing seniors. We also completed a reminder phone call to all of our families throughout the district using ParentLink. And finally, we advertised the event at the site level using a promotional poster that was actually created by a Santa Rosa High School Art Quest graduate.
Good evening. I'm going to talk a little bit about the surveys and the feedback that we got. We did a number of surveys. We surveyed staff, and that feedback is on circle pages 12 through 18 for you. The vendor feedback, the colleges, careers, businesses, and organizations, that information is on circle page 19 through 22. It's not in your packet, but here we have a handout that has information about student feedback that we gathered that day of the event. And we also got information from Ola King Clay and Lorraine Martinez, and we really appreciated that anecdotal information that they gathered regarding the event. So all this feedback showed us that there are some areas that we need to focus on. The transportation continues to be a challenge. This time we had 6 different transportation companies helping us convey the students, and it was really quite, it was quite an undertaking, let's just put it that way. There's a lot of work that we can do in that area, but I think some of the things that we've been thinking about doing to alter and change and improve the event will mitigate this problem with the transportation. One suggestion is that we separate the college aspect of the event from the career aspect. We'd have the career, perhaps the career part of the event during the day for younger students, and then the focus on college is at night for older students. There's an organization called the National Association for College Admission Counseling, and they put on national college fairs throughout the United States in the spring and fall. And Director Bettini found out that there's one in San Francisco in April, and so we're going to explore connecting with this organization to see if we can link with the event. We're also working with various partners to improve the program or to improve the event, like Innovate Ed, for instance. We need to look at changing the format for the attendees, and we're exploring possibly decreasing the number of attendees and increasing the length of time when students will be at the event, because students really need more time with fewer people there. We also are looking at providing stations that students can rotate through, like an industry focused set of stations and mock interviews and that sort of thing. So there are things that students can actually go through rather than it being kind of random, right? The way it was this year, it was really kind of random what they participated in. And we decided we need a different venue for the informational workshops, and we're thinking about holding those actually at the school sites. We had some great presentations, but perhaps the best way to provide those presentations is maybe at a school site. So that concludes our information on the College and Career Day.
Well, the other thing that we had talked about was establishing a College and Career Day committee and having various stakeholders from across all the different job areas to help. I think another place where we could use information to help guide the College and Career Day would be, again, those advisory committees to our CTE, our College and Career Implementation team that helped with our implementation of our College and Career Days. We now have built up these resources where we can actually
ask and get some guidance and feedback about how we could best provide information about college and careers, and that we provide access for students, all students, but particularly those students that would not normally have access to this information. So we, in these last 2 years in having the College and Career Day, we have learned a tremendous amount. And we know that there are areas that we need to improve on. There is no doubt about it. And we are open and we're willing to take a look and see how do we provide the best opportunity for our students. And we are ready. We're ready to be able to do that. And so we're going to move on to the showcase section of this presentation. I would ask the board, do you have any questions that you want to talk about at this point about just the College and Career Day, or would you like to wait till the end after the showcase? We talk about the showcase. Move on to the showcase? Okay. So before we move on to the showcase, then, we want to share with you something, and it'll just take a little over a minute. Can you turn the sound on to that? The little button? Right here.
Invite our community into our family and let them see what we offer and be able to make decisions in time for the upcoming school year. And we do have an open enrollment policy where students and families can choose based on who they are as students and what they need. There is something for everybody.
If I was a parent, I would absolutely want to come to this event to just get a little sample of all the wonderful things going on within Santa Rosa City Schools.
I think it's a good chance for parents to come and see what other schools within the district are doing and offering.
For me, this is my first time, and I've been looking at it, and I'm learning a lot.
You'll see lots of things that might be similar and lots of things that are actually quite unique to each of the sites. They're able to show their personality, the personalities of their staffs, and really the gifts that each of their students and families bring to their school.
Every school have their own strong characters. I think that's great.
You might think you know what's going on in Santa Rosa City Schools, but you don't really until you either go visit schools or come here and get a little snapshot of each school.
Do you happen to know your API score? As you can see, it's really a fabulous event for staff to display everything they do with students every day. It really is a gorgeous showing of who we are as a district. It's just really fun. We are Santa Rosa City Schools.
So the district showcase was designed to provide prospective families in the community the opportunity to learn more about the outstanding schools and programs offered throughout the district so they could make informed decisions aligned with their educational goals. We had 73 booths representing our K-12 schools and programs, 8 student performances, and lots of fun activities for everyone. Sonoma State University was there, and Santa Rosa JC participated. Child Nutrition Services provided some wonderful, tasty snacks for us. We so appreciate what they do and the great food they provide at all the events. We had approximately 200 people attend this event to learn more about our schools and our programs. And our performances that were provided were from the Maria Carrillo High School, the Swing-A-Dolls, that's Matt Bring-A-Doll's jazz band, the jazz choir, their dance program. Elsie Allen had their jazz band, their drum line, their dance program. Hidden Valley Satellite had their second grade handbell chorus playing. It was very cute. And then the Arts Charter had their elementary band play. So like the College and Career Day, we publicized this event through multiple media outlets in the same way that we did the College and Career Day. So for the Santa Rosa City Schools Showcase, we surveyed Santa Rosa City Schools staff and attendees for feedback. What we learned was that the staff throughout Santa Rosa City Schools really appreciated the opportunity to participate and learn about all the schools and the programs. that are offered throughout the district. We learned that we need to explore if the showcase can occur during the same time as another community event at the fairgrounds. For instance, that day there was a consignment sale for kids going on, and we did have a number of crossover attendees, people who had been at the other event and they came to our event. And our question is the district showcase drawing enough families to make a difference in relation to the cost and amount of time for the site and for the district staff? Thank you.
Is that the end of your report?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I want to turn it over to our speakers, the speaker card people. Serena Shapiro.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for spending all evening with us to speak right
I'm
now.
really getting to know you guys. I want to express my concern over the cost and effectiveness of the Santa Rosa City Schools College and Career Day. A college and career day at the fairgrounds and familiarizing and exposing 6th, 8th, and 11th grader students and giving them an opportunity to be exposed to that is an awesome task, like awesome as in huge. I urge you to consider the name and reach, and it must be a very expensive event. Busing all the 6th, 8th, and 11th grade students, them missing half a day to get there, walk around. I think it might be a case of accomplishing too much, trying to accomplish too much, and I'd like you to consider renaming the event to Career Day. Focus on careers. Focus on all of the things that you guys have been talking about this evening. Have lawyers there. If you look at the list, I got off topic really quick. Focus on the careers and the part of this day is, that's not working. There's 23 CSUs in California. We had 2 represented. We had no UCs there. We only had 3 junior colleges, yet we had 2 beauty schools. I think we really need to look at this not being a college event and being a career event. We could have plumbers and architects and artists and lawyers, people that are making a living wage in our county. And again, maybe some of these advisory committees, bringing some of them in. I know that the plumbers union someone was just talking about the plumbers union wanting people, why couldn't they be at this event, exposing kids to those careers. The mock interviews, there's lots of things working about this day, but I don't think the college aspect is. And I think that you should drop it from future. And I agree, a great idea would have it in the evening. I'd also like to urge you to look at the attendance and really if it's an appropriate, the district showcase. If 200 people attended and there were 71 vendors there, that's like a 2-to-1 ratio. I don't know what the cost of that day was, but it does seem like it's not working, that people aren't attending. Let's not make this a check-the-box event. Let's make this something that really works for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Art Horner.
I told my students I was coming and they were glad. They didn't know I was going to be up so late. I'm glad to hear that the district speakers acknowledged that this was a troubled event. They meant very well. It was put together as best they could, but it was a debacle. It was a debacle. I attended with my students. We had 400 students waiting outside for a bus at 1 o'clock. The bus came at 1:30, except that one of the buses never showed. Due to quick thinking by our administration, they took those students, including a whole bunch of special needs students who didn't get a bus and couldn't go, and they took them out for ice cream. They had the better time, I think. So we got there then a half an hour late. Students got about 30 minutes to go through. They said 50. It looked more like 30, but I counted about 30 that were there when I was there. 1,600 students there all at once for a half an hour trying to circle around in a group. They didn't get anything done. Then the biggest debacle came, and Elizabeth was doing her best for this. I give you credit on that. The buses were so late coming back. Our buses, when we were outside waiting for them, said, no, you can't get on because we have to take another school back first and then come back and get you later. So with quick thinking, I think Debbie Bettini did this and some others, they pulled out muffins and candy and all kinds of stuff for our kids to try and keep them occupied until 4 o'clock when we got on the bus. We had kids missing sports, we had kids missing jobs. I can't tell you how many phone calls our principal took from parents giving kids permission to go and the parents driving over the fairgrounds to get them. I think the event was a good thought, but this is the second year and it's not working. I do have a suggestion, though, a realistic suggestion. We've now opened a college and career center on our campus, and most of the campuses now, and I know our opening has been spectacular. We're pushing heavily with the students, doing lots of advertising, and maybe this event isn't so necessary now. Maybe we can take a new focus, because it was well meant. I understand the idea of it. I think it's very good to show the kids these things. But I think with a college and career center on campus, that might be a better direction in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now I'd like to turn it over to the board for questions or comments. It's about 3 minutes to 10. Laura?
This is interesting. I wasn't able to attend, but I had kind of been thinking, just from the things that I had heard, like what Ms. Shapiro said and Mr. Horner, but I'm wondering if, and again, since we do have the college and career centers on campus, but I can kind of see maybe with a career day, but I think especially since buses seem to be such an issue, maybe an evening thing, where parents could go with that. I'm wondering, and in terms of college, it seems to me that to have a college day where very few colleges are actually represented, I'm not sure that I, really see the point in that, I guess. But I think it's nice to have certainly kids open to, or to experience or to listen to somebody from different careers. And I can see, though, where that can kind of become hard to try and get all these people to come to different high schools or middle schools during the day, so maybe an evening would work better with that. And I am wondering too about the cost, in terms of being at the fairgrounds. If the number of people who show up isn't that great, maybe using one of our own schools instead would be a better venue. And I think for the showcase, I like the idea. I really like the idea of a showcase. And I believe that day was when we had the Redwood Service Center council meeting, wasn't it, Ola? I think that's why I didn't make it to that one, but I went last year to the tail end of it. I like the idea, but I'm wondering, is it working, and how long do we keep trying? Because 200 people is not a lot. For the venue, for the time and effort that's put into that. But I like the idea. I don't know that I want to give it up yet. I don't know if there's ways to get more people to show up to that. But I think we do probably have to look at that in terms of cost effectiveness.
Ron?
Thank you.
I did attend both events this year, as I did last year, and I would say that I'm with Laura. The idea is sound. I'm very glad the district is, the thought is, to connect kids early to careers and to have the service of colleges available and to have somebody to talk to. These are good ideas. I like to showcase too, because I'm very proud of what our schools are doing. I mean, it's unfortunate there weren't a lot of people there, and I don't know how you make people go there. I've heard some ideas about, incorporating into the fair or doing the cotting count thing. I think it's a topic for discussion with the teachers and with the community and so on, because I do think these ideas are good, and I'd like to showcase and feature what we do because I'm very proud of it, and I think that a lot of people, the schools learn from each other too. I think a lot of people are very surprised and excited about some of the programs they didn't know about. So anyway, I'd like to see it continue, but obviously we've got some tweaking or major tweaking to do, but thank you.
I need a motion to extend this meeting.
I'll move extending it 10 minutes.
I think we're going to need at least 15.
I'll say 15.
2nd.
So that's moved by Hanel, seconded by Gonzalez. Roll call vote, please.
Director Hanel?
Aye.
Director Gonzalez?
Aye.
Director Christoph?
Aye.
Director Pugh? President Jay?
Aye. Okay, are there any other comments? Larry?
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. We're not getting the attendance we need. And how to do that. Maybe we should have College and Career Day when they introduce Bliney the Elder, and they'll cross over from that. It's a question of values here. So,
I do want to say something about the attendance numbers. Remember, this year our enrollment went up in the districts, and certainly we cannot link it to this item, but we're not looking for all families to go. We're looking for families who wouldn't otherwise choose our schools, who are re-entering our district. So I think I don't know how we capture that, but we're not on the showcase day. The intention isn't to get 5,000 families there. The intention is to get people who have left our district and are shopping other districts to come home. And I think that's an important distinction. And again, last year our enrollment did go up. I'm not connecting it directly, but we need to be thinking about, of those 200, if 50 more families come to our district, that it is an important increase in our enrollment in this district.
I think we have a College and Career Center. I think that can do the job if we're only getting those numbers of universities that we had there. I think the College and Career Center can satisfy that, and I think that the taking kids out to Sonoma State and introducing them to what college is all about, talking to students and getting a flavor for that campus, and then expanding their knowledge to other campuses if they see something there for them, could work. The showcasing is a great idea, and but like you say, maybe you're busing all those kids there just doesn't seem to be working. And I didn't see the surveys were like, I didn't see 31 answered what the teachers thought of it. I don't know what we have data on that, but we didn't get really great feedback here with the surveys either. It should be way high. They're missing a day of school. This should be something that they really think was great and how fun and da-da-da, and it didn't happen. So I don't know how to make that happen. So, and then explore with Career Day. You guys just explore can we bring it to the campuses? Can we bring it to maybe have a revolving career thing where they can go, 2 hours at one campus, 2 hours at another, 2 hours at another, or something to that effect, where kids can go out and see it. I don't know what the answer is, but I'm not sure I don't think we're getting the bang for the bucks.
Laura, you have a comment?
To go on what the superintendent just said, so if the showcase, speaking of the showcase, if this is for, to try and attract people into the district, then we need data, right? I mean, to see who we're reaching, because I didn't make it this year, but last year, and again, I was at the tail end because I had a meeting, but my impression, and I may be totally off, but my impression was it was a lot of our students who came to kind of visit and see what their school had put out and so forth. So it seems to me, I think we should do it again, and then next time get data. Who is coming? Are they, because if the majority of them are our own kids, then I would say, what's the point? If we get 200 people there and 180 of them are our own families, then we're not reaching who we want to reach, and what's the point? So I would definitely say we need to get some data as people come in, ask them, just basically, are they enrolled in our district or not? And then the following year, when we get new enrollees, did you go to the showcase? Was that a part of your decision at all? And I think we can make a better informed decision at that point using that data.
Any other comments, Frank? No, okay. So I think you got a lot of good comments. I'd like to again thank the two speakers who hung out with us all night for your 3 minutes of, or maybe 2.5 minutes of fame. But thank you very much. It's really important for us to get this feedback. And so now, I think we're done with that, and we're going to move on to F6, discussion on professional development update.
One more presentation. Dr. Guzman and I are going to provide you a very quick professional development update. So basically what we're laying out here are the LCAP actions. So you hear a lot about the LCAP, and again, these are laid out in the LCAP in terms of the professional development, all wrapped around numerous things: Common Core implementation, new standards for science, implementation of some of our restorative practices and behavioral health supports. We're very pleased that we added 3 additional calendar days through the LCAP for professional development. 2 of those days at the beginning of the year for our IAT2, or It's About Time 2, and then an upcoming one on March 28th.
As you can see here, you can see our professional development areas: college and career, wellness, and systems. And it's a pretty extensive list, which is very exciting, the opportunities that we're giving and offering. And you can see our partners that we're partnering with in being able to offer these professional development opportunities.
So just a little brief recap of IAT2. I know you saw this before, but we can't help but be very proud of the fact that the feedback gathered by our staff, for our staff, was really around providing sessions and workshops by our staff, for our staff. And so there were 95 presenters, over 1,000 attendees. The data that HR was very thankfully able to get was that on those 2 days, the first day was 92% attendance, on the second day a 90%. We are going to not show the video, but we will send it to you via email so that you may look at it at your leisure.
And put it on the website so anyone can see it.
We have to put all of our videos up. We have many that are excellent.
So one of the commitments that we made over the summer was really making sure that we captured our professional development on our district calendar, and so that anybody, anytime, can visually see sort of what's going on every day during each month. And we did really try hard to make the commitment to not hold professional development on Mondays or Fridays, just due to the sub-issue, and we'll address some of that later. For the most part, we have tried to hold to that, and you can see that throughout the school year.
Is that on the website?
It is on
the
our
front
website.
page if you hit calendar. Okay. We've even tried to put the number of subs we might need so that other people could see it, so that they don't actually request a sub. Will Lyon emailed me, and he said, on this calendar, we have a board meeting scheduled for December 23rd. Are we really going to have a board meeting December 23rd? I was more excited that he actually looked at the calendar and emailed me to ask that. Are we having a board meeting on the 23rd? Okay, we need to take that off. So March 28th, again, is just-in-time 2, because we had a just-in-time 1. I don't know why we're in this, kind of this sequencing. So at the It's About Time 2, staff was surveyed about what they would like to see for math for the March 28th, and overwhelmingly, it really was around grade level and subject level collaboration. And so we're beginning to put that together as we speak. The other thing that was identified was Google training, that they wanted more technology in Google training. And what's great is we're getting some specialized things, like the counselors really wanted to have the mental health challenges in schools training by Dr. Kay Randall, that one or others had seen it at a place. We're able to contract with Dr. Randall to come in and provide that professional development for 125 counselors, school nurses, school psychologists, folks in those realms. And then it's beautiful to see visual performing arts. They want to continue their work around dance and the standards. And so there's specialized things that they want to continue to collaborate on that I think is wonderful that we have this actual day that can happen.
And let's talk about some of our glows. 90% of our elementary teachers have been trained in GLAD, and we hope to capture the rest this summer. 259 of our staff have attended the Museum of Tolerance, which is really exciting. I do have some information broken down by sites about numbers. As you know, we're able to provide this through a grant, and then we have a partnership with CTE for the unconscious bias, which just started this year. So far, 42 have attended. It is exciting. We're, expanding as our technology is getting better. We're able to upload lesson plans and units of study and share collaboratively with each other. And teachers are working collaboratively, working with the California state standards. I know that math and history have had some opportunities, and I know for K-6, the release days have been very beneficial. As we heard earlier, our Best Plus site teams lead the way, and also just increasing the number of teachers and staff conducting restorative circles. In looking at our grows, we've talked a little bit about ways to grow our substitute pool. I know that we have increased our pay. I believe we are second in the county. That is correct. Yay! And just to create new systems to improve our efficacy around how we get subs and the request. Also looking at how we provide support for job-embedded implementation of learning, making sure we're getting the bang for our buck with professional development. Rick's going to talk a little bit about the PD software, and so how we're going to be able to address tracking, planning, looking at our budgets, and aligning those to the LCAP, and just streamlining our request and approval process so it's not so tedious. We know that we do have some teacher shortages in specific subject areas, and we need to work on those and address them, and we're doing so daily. And then also talking about, professional development. I know I heard tonight that, there's happiness around the fact that teachers are not being pulled as much out of the classroom, so looking at other opportunities to hold PD, whether it's after school, summer, Saturdays, just how we can address that.
Good evening. As Anna pointed out, the lack of data and tracking of professional development, we brought to the board in September My Learning Plan, the professional development software, to help us with some of the issues that we're trying to do either manually now or through a variety of methods, as you saw the calendar earlier, that's up on our website. This is a comprehensive portal that will, put all of our professional development in one place. It'll allow tracking against budget, as well as tracking against LCAP goals. Right now, we're in the process of working with the implementation team from My Learning Plan to set up user accounts, put templates of forms in there, set up the approval processes that will be automated with this software, and our expected go-live date is in January.
So, of course, we have questions at the end for us to consider. One of them is, how do we continue to offer relevant PD, coherent PD, with our current substitute shortage? Saturdays, after school, summer, some of the things we're thinking about, and we're already actually using. Professional development that supports job-embedded implementation. I really think that we have provided a lot of professional development. What I hear teachers saying is they want to implement it, they want to use it, which means they're in their classrooms and they're working together with their peers to actually implement what they've learned, and then have those collaborative talks around data to determine what's working and what's not working. So I think job embedded is extremely important. And then, what is the Board of Education's expected outcome for student achievement with this investment in professional development? We are investing a lot of our LCAP dollars in PD, and we do that purposely. It's because it really is one of our best investments. The resources, intellectual resources of our staff is tremendous. It's invaluable. And so I think that our next question or our next exploration is, and we've heard a lot about data today, is what's happening with our students in terms of their learning? What is the impact to them with this investment in professional development? And I look forward in working together with my colleagues as well as with the board and the superintendent on really taking a look at that, a hard look at that, to determine if our investment is the right ones, if our actions are the right ones, and how we ensure that our children are successful. Thank you.
Thank you. I need an extension of the meeting. Laura? Yeah, it's 10, just to be sure.
Okay. I move that we extend the meeting 10 minutes.
So that was moved by Director
Second.
Gonzalez, seconded by Director Hanel. Roll call vote, please.
Director Gonzalez?
Aye.
Director Hanel?
Aye.
Director Christoph?
Aye.
Director Pugh? President Jay?
Aye. Aye. And you know what? I think both Frank and I would appreciate it if we could just wrap this up in 5 minutes, not 10, right? So I mean, you all agree, I'm just mimicking his pathetic little eye there. That's how I feel too. So, turning it back to the board now for comments or questions on this topic. Laura.
I think that it seems that Santa Rosa is offering lots of good professional development. I think from my experience as a teacher, one of the things that has often not happened is following up with teachers on like, how are you using it? How is it working in your class? Because sometimes going through professional development, you're like, yeah, this sounds awesome. And then you go back and it doesn't quite work the same way. And then you use it, but then kind of it peters out. So I think really making sure that it's still being used, that teachers find it effective. So I think follow-up surveys are really important. Allowing time for teachers to maybe go and observe other teachers on their site, implementing a lesson or something like that to see it in action. Because I know sometimes it's hard for me to hear all this, like this is how it's supposed to be. I need to see it in action in a real class, not the perfect class where everybody's paying attention and so forth, you know. So I think things like that are important. In terms of the substitute shortage, who's number one? Who's the first district? Who? Never even heard it. Okay.
Exactly,
Right.
that's why they pay so much.
Okay, because the thing is that what I expect other districts are going to follow suit, and they're going to raise what they're paying, and there is a sub shortage. I, as a teacher, personally totally dislike after school because I'm just beat and spent, and the last thing I want to do is sit there for a couple of hours and listen to somebody. It's just the effective filter is there, right? I don't know about Saturdays either. I personally am a proponent of summer, but I know that not all teachers feel that way. But if you pay them, you know, I mean, it's an incentive, right? Let me see. I would expect that teachers are still using it. I want to know that they find it helpful, that it's relevant, and that it works in their classroom. And hopefully then we will see achievement, you know, improvements. But I think, again, we really need to ask the teachers follow-up questions, how's it going, and let them have time to still practice it. Okay.
I just want to thank the leadership of the district that guided us by spending those monies that came from the governor for Common Core on professional development and not spending it, you know, taking the gamble the community would back us with a bond. Now we can spend bond dollars on the technology, and now we have this wonderful training. GLAD has been a great success. They're integrating it. They're making the thematic units. They're working on it. The surveys were very positive. We also needed integration of the gifted. We need training in the gifted in the elementary. We need training in math and science in elementary, like GLAD. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, good report. Thank you very much. Last item is number 7. It's an action item, a call for nominations for CSBA Delegate Assembly. Can you help us with this, Frank? What are we doing here? This is a CSBA call, Delegate Assembly nominations for? So do we have any nominations?
You want to be nominated, Ron?
Ron? We're nominating Ron?
Sure.
Okay, do we have to,
I'll nominate-
we take a vote on this? No, I know you're going to run, and I want to support you. I just want to know if we need a vote.
Yes, you need to take I'll nominate Ron,
Second.
and
So-
then we take action on it.
Okay, so we're
Wait
that
a
was...
second, I have a speech.
I withdraw the...
Can we extend this meeting till 11?
How much will you pay me for
11 o'clock.
Okay, all right.
Can I go, can I move on now?
Yes.
Or did you really want to speak?
I'm not going to
No, turn off his mic.
All righty then. So this is, I don't know who just made the motion.
Frank, and he seconded.
Okay, so it's Pugh and Hanel. Roll call vote, please.
Director Pugh?
Aye.
Director Hanel?
Aye.
Director Gonzalez?
Aye.
Director Christoph?
Aye.
President Jay?
Aye. Thank you very much, everybody. We're adjourned.
Is this your pencil? This is mine.